have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to North America for day one of main event gameplay for the 2026 season of the Rocket League Championship Series. There's only a few spots left at our kickoff weekend in Copenhagen. The season has barely begun. We've already had the most dramatic of upsets. We'll tell you all about it here on the pre-show. Welcome into the desk. I'm Wavepunk. We've got Bates, we've got Daz, we've got Jorby, all just looking pretty dapper. Four very different aesthetics here to kick off the season, gentlemen. Daz, as the most well-dressed, I'm going to say, of the members of the desk. How you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling good, man. It's great to be back. RLCS 2026 has officially started a little bit earlier than normal, and it's already started off at a hot pace. So I'm excited to get things going. I had to suit up.
I just can't believe this dude has a suit on. I just didn't expect that to happen. Listen,
I want everyone to know.
About what we're gonna listen. You know about that.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going to put the quarter zip on. The quarter zip's going on today.
I said I didn't have one. I didn't have one.
So then the blazer and the tie came out with a little button up. Listen, I would have matched. You know I would have matched to see.
Listen, I'll take this off. I'll take this off.
No. You keep that on. You looking nice.
You look good.
I'm just saying that, listen, I'm coming nice, calm fall fit, you know what I'm saying? Got the Browns, you know, because there's a broadcast. Our RLCS broadcast in November. It's a rarity. We haven't been live in November for RLCS in quite some time.
Yeah, like a year at least, maybe 2 years. It's been a while. I'm excited for us to be here, Jorby. I mean, we made it. It was an insane offseason. Some said we might not survive. Here we are, ready to go with another season of the greatest esport of all time.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Wavepunk. I think a lot of these players didn't survive. We had an absolutely insane roster shuffle in North America, and even one team that didn't make a change and that just, lit up social media and the arena that they won the World Championship in aren't here. But we'll get to that one later. So it's a little rocky out here, a little thunderstorm.
It's a little rocky. I mean, all the teams, they are navigating uncharted waters, uncharted territory with the season format we have here. Again, iterating on the format you know and love. Part of why we're starting in November is we have a new third land, but that third land is the first land of the season. The kickoff weekend, they're in the middle of that blue bar. This is for the first split of the season. Open one, that you're listening to and watching right now. Hi, hello, we're happy you're here. That qualifies teams from Europe and North America for that kickoff weekend land in Copenhagen. We will play at the beginning of December, followed up by Opens 2 and 3, which is all leading to the newly announced Boston Major. We're going back to Agganis Arena. I am so excited to be going back there February 19th through 22nd. Tickets going on sale pretty soon, Tuesday 25th. Make sure you keep your eyes out there. And then we got a little bit of a transfer window. We do it all again without that kickoff weekend land. For the second split, we'll have Opens 4, 5, and 6, all leading up to our first event in Paris. Finally, RLCS going to Paris. And then we will have a little, I like that. It's just the most subtle little words down there in the bottom left corner, Daz. It says 2v2 opens, just casually dropping that we are having a 2v2 circuit for the first time ever in RLCS.
Yeah, I mean, 2v2 opens, 1v1 opens, last chance qualifiers. That last spot is so important before the World Championship because, again, that's where it's all going to culminate. We don't even know where it is yet. But that being said, the season starts off at a high note, but it continues to ramp up as the season continues on, Wave. I mean, even this weekend is so important and has so many season-long implications.
It's actually crazy to look at the format because oftentimes you look at any sort of sports format, Bates. The beginning of the season sort of feels like you can kind of ignore it. It's like this. Just play your games. It's fine as long as you're strong in the back half of the season. You'll be fine. And while there's a way in which that is still definitely true here, that kickoff weekend land is such a big deal, such a cool, special moment. All the teams want to be there, and there's not even one whole online qualifier, like half an online qualifier to get there, and we've already had some upsets.
We've already had some major upsets. Listen, we're going to get into them. One team in particular, the reigning world champions, they won't be in Copenhagen. They're not even going to be playing today. They're done. They're out. But in saying that, the kickoff land, especially since there's 6 spots for NA and EU, you're going to have a lot of new land rookies. New players finally get opportunity to show what they can on the highest level, at the highest stage. And then who knows, maybe bring in some momentum from that, bring that to Open 2, Open 3. You could even have some new teams competing to make Boston in February. So kickoff land, it's very, very important. I'm very excited to be here for this.
It's very, very exciting. The fact that NRG isn't here is because some teams decided in the offseason, let's reform, let's reshape, let's see if we can level up to challenge the best in the world. And then those teams took advantage of the opportunities they were given yesterday against NRG. Let's talk through some of these rosters here, because we're just going to brief you guys on North American rosters. We would be here for 2 hours if we were to cover all the roster moves across the entire Rocket League Championship Series. We'll kind of go 2 rosters at a time. We're just talking about the teams here. Let's talk about SSG and Shopify Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion kind of got the old Ultimate squad with LJ and FK. They picked up Kofer from the SSG squad here, Daz. That's Chronic and Diaz joining Reveal now on SSG. Do you feel like this is an upgrade for SSG?
I would say so, even though it's not really in their, it wasn't in their hands, right? I think you look at Rebellion. Rebellion's the team that picks up Kofer in that particular instance. But Chronic now, he's a free agent, so he joins SSG and then plays. They pick up Diaz to round out the roster. But we've already seen now both these rosters go head to head. We saw it happen yesterday. SSG and Rebellion playing, and SSG's just been on a consistent upswing so far. This was a close series, but SSG still getting the better of it, winning 3-1. And now you wonder, okay, where's this new Space Station Gaming's roster's peak at? Of course, with Scribbles retiring towards the end of last season, and then now like 2 spots to fill. I think SSG has upgraded and put themselves in a great spot this year.
Well, that's kind of an incredible thing to think about, that like this team didn't really control. They didn't decide that they wanted to blow their roster up. That wasn't their choices. Scribble decides he wants to retire, take care of himself that way. Kofer decides he wants to leave, and SSG's like, well, what do we want to do here? Do you agree that like somehow in that situation SSG managed to make a better roster than they had last season?
I mean, they made a roster that's at least as good. They have not lost so far this whole entire season. That's calling the Swiss plus the groups. SR, we just saw them. The team that's pretty touted probably to still be the second best team in North America. They've already lost twice. They lost to SSG, and they've also lost to 100x35, which we'll see later on. So SSG at the moment, I want to see a little bit more from them. But there's a strong argument that they could be as good, if not better.
Okay. Well, Jordan, I want to ask the same question here about Rebellion. Basically just talking about them there as well. This is kind of the old Ultimate squad with LJ and FK, joined now by Kofer. Rebellion completely re-racked and reloaded here for this season. Do you feel like this one's an upgrade?
Well, while Bates makes a great point that Space Station might not have dropped any matches just yet, and Rebellion have, I'm going to go out and say it just like we said it the last time. This is the best squad the First Killer has ever had. Kofer is an excellent addition to this squad. LJ finally just gets to play back as the third man like he wants. And I mean, you'll see it at some point in a highlight between First Killer and Kofer. I'm going to be seeing them link up a lot in the front of this rotation, and I'm going to love it a lot. I loved what I saw from Kofer last season, because he's not one-dimensional. It's not just about the demos. He's mechanical, intelligent. He's got every single tool that you want a player to have. He can beat you in any way. Any role that you want him to play, he can play it. He's a perfect addition to a First Killer-led team, and First Killer who's become more and more of a facilitator. I think this is the guy that had the highest score per game last season in North America, and he starts again, First Killer, with the highest score per game this season, just so far in the open. Look at this play right here. Have you seen any other First Killer-led team ever make a play like that?
He's a stat sheet stuffer. He's always going to lead statistically. We've all noticed he's called First Killer. He's one of the greatest the game's ever seen in terms of the people who have not won yet, and that's First Killer. Is this the best team, though, he's ever been on Jewelry? I don't think it has been. You go back to that FaZe roster with Miss, Cynical, and First Killer. That team was touted to be the best in the game. They ultimately didn't get the job done. This team in particular, they're still rated below NRG, and they're also losing SSG already throughout the season. So I can't say this is the best roster they've ever been on, but this is a great roster. He's been on a lot of great rosters, at least the last 3 seasons. It's a great roster. So they need to improve a little bit. They still have an opportunity to show it today.
We'll see what they do. This is very early on in the season. Obviously, we've not had too many games to play yet. Daz, what you thinking?
Well, okay, I just got a question for Jorby.
Sure.
What you're saying is this team is going to win a LAN. That is what you're telling me.
Yes, I am. With Kofer on this team, they're winning a LAN.
Whew. Okay.
This is a dense field out here.
The problem. That's the problem with like the desk and stuff, because we have no way of holding him to that. The problem
with the desk is you're telling me that AJ and Cynical are better than Kofer and LJ.
What do you lose? Because that is a take. Because you're saying.
He just loses because he's wrong. Here, chat, you can clip it. There's video record of Jorby saying.
What I'm saying is I said 0% chance of one tournament. We saw what happened.
Nobody's going to remember he said that in 5 months from now.
I'm remembering. Let's talk about the other teams. Let's talk about the teams. We got a lot of teams to go through here. M80. Let's talk about them quickly here, Bates. Okay, this is kind of the old POAB roster plus Devo. This was a roster that got formed not relatively early. It's late in the offseason here, but early enough that they knew what they were going into. How do you feel about M80 right now?
Man, I'm feeling okay. They didn't have the best showing yesterday, ultimately. I mean, they started off, lost to Shuffle's Kittens, which is basically Evo redone, and then now they went onto the lower bracket, had to play GenG squad. Maybe they didn't expect to play him, but they ultimately had to play him, and they ultimately got slapped in that series as well. So they're okay at the moment. They need to improve, but I tell you what, team's really looking really solid. It's this GenG squad in particular. Because let me tell you something. They went 3-0 in the Swiss. They looked great. You're expecting a lot out of them. Then they played against FUT Esports later on, and they dropped in game 5. And you're like, what happened? What's GenG? This could be same old. You drop cheese, pick up Rise, nothing's gonna change. But then they bounced back against M80 and then ultimately took out NRG. And that was just an incredible performance by them. It really showcased just how special Rise is gonna be on this roster.
I'm so excited to see Rise in North America. We got a tease last season that maybe he would come over here, right? Instead, he goes over to Mina and elevates that Twisted Minds roster. And he's continued a record so far, Daz, of elevating every roster he's been on. And I feel like maybe this is the time we start to talk about, was it an NRG choke? Was it a GenG level up? How do you read what happened yesterday?
Listen, Wade, both can be true. I think both can be true. GenG is a team that, they're elevating. Me and Bates had a chance to talk to Rise yesterday. He seems very comfortable in the GenG environment. He likes the way that the team is structured, and it seems like he's happy over there, which is great to see for him, but also great to see for GenG Mobile 1. You think about Justin and Magic Bear, them finding success. There's Magic Bear's success right there. And then they're even pulling out plays like this one, 0 seconds against NRG. Rise stand up field, Magic Bear with the pass, and then Rise.
Great jump from NRG yesterday, though. Oh my gosh.
And yeah, that's the other side of it, right? NRG just not performing up to standard yesterday, and that's the problem.
We talk about the kind of the World Championship hangover that seems to happen very consistently in Rocket League. A team wins and then they come out and it's like the drive's gone or something's changed. They're just not as good at the beginning of the next season. Is this? But usually it's not even top 8, right? Like not making grand finals, not making top 4. They had never missed a top 4 as a roster in 18 events. Here they come out. What is this? Top 12? I mean, Bates, is this the worst championship hangover of all time?
It's only been one. Whoa, hold on, Wave. Listen, you're
for first showing out,
We're gonna slow you down. First off, Wave, you look like a floated head over there.
It's the blue on blue.
And the floated head propaganda needs to stop right now. I'm cutting that out. Okay, now listen. It's not the worst championship hangover. It's one event. Okay, it's the worst event they've had in 2 years.
But for the quality of result,
listen, you don't expect it. It's inexcusable for NRG. I'm not going to, there's no excuse for it. They should have came out and handled business against either one of these teams. Probably Redacted should be able to be Redacted. And saying that, though, it's the first event they haven't played since Lyon. And they're coming in a little slow. They usually start off a little slow. It's fine. It's okay. But we'll see what happens in Open 2, Open 3. I wouldn't be surprised if NRG comes back in a new year and it wins Open 2 no matter what. Maybe even after winning the FIFA E over next month after kickoff land as well. So pump the brakes on the greatest hangover of all time, or the worst hangover of all time, Mr. Floating Head. And let's talk about Redacted.
It did start with a loss against Redacted, though, right? Losing to GenG week 1, hey, that makes a lot of sense. That's a roster we would expect to be able to contend with NRG. Redacted, a solid roster of players here. This is kind of the old Shopify Rebellion boys with Wavy and Two-Piece. They've joined Talk. All strong players, but not a team we expect to come out and defeat NRG week 1. Lost in game 5 there. How are we feeling about this one?
I mean, I'll be honest with you. If you say we don't expect it, I think that when you consider how potent Shopify Rebellion's offense was last season, a lot of the times we're saying, like, what is this? This team is missing a little bit of consistency. And more times than not, and we love them, but we were pointing the finger at Parth. And now Parth and Two-Piece, they've been separated. I thought it was impossible. I thought it was the super glue of the century, but they've got Talk. Talk, who was hitting highlight reels and getting into top 5, top 10 plays last season when he wasn't even on a top 10 team. Talk was a really exciting player that we were getting some looks at. And now he's got a roster with Two-Piece and Wavy. Look, we've seen what Two-Piece and Wavy can do with some confidence. And now you add in Talk, who is young, he's ready to go, he's hungry, and he's shown it last season. And now he's got the best roster that you put him here so far. I think Redacted are a scary team.
They're looking very, very spicy right now. They went 3-1 in the Swiss, only dropping to GenG, and then managed to cleanly sweep their way out of the group stage. So they're still alive. We'll see them playing a little bit later on today. But yeah, later on today, as in 14 minutes from now, they're starting out the day against 100X here on our broadcast. This is going to be fun. I am excited to see players. I feel like a lot of times when you have a player, teams like the Shopify Rebellion boys we saw there with Wavy and Two Piece and Pars, oftentimes it is that second roster, Daz, that I feel like is they are so much more gelled in, and we see a new level unlocked for those players.
Yeah, I can see that. And they definitely had a strong win against NRG, but it hasn't been consistent. The week before, they had a loss to GenG in their upper round match. But again, that's an upper round match, so nothing to look at. I would definitely weigh this NRG win a lot more. It feels like Redacted have already starting kind of like their journey of improvement. And I do want to see where their peak is right now, because you have a couple of teams that have had strong wins yesterday, especially, and now it's about, okay, was that a good day? How far can you take this?
For sure. Well, we'll keep an eye on Redacted as we move forward. One of the stories I'm really excited to talk about this season, I'm excited to keep an eye on how their season progresses. FUT Esports coming in from they were over in APAC. They had Sosa. They had there was some controversy around the fact that the team didn't have 2/3 or multiple players from that region. New rule enforced in 2026. You have to have at least 2 players from the region locally to roster a roster in that competition. FUT now picking up, so they had Sosa. We met him at the World Championship when they had some fantastic wins there early on. They stick with Sosa, grab Frosty and Cheese. This is a spicy team, Bates. I'm excited to watch FUT this season.
Oh, it's a spicy team on and off the field. Sosa's already going out just tweeting and saying, calling out his doubters, saying it only fuels them. And trust me, FUT, they start off a little slow. Remember, RLCS didn't start this weekend. It started last weekend. FUT, they went to round 5 of the Swiss, game 5 to even make the groups. Started off slow, but yesterday they played a much better overall game plan, beat out the Kittens, and then handled GenG Mobile 1. The run back for Cheese, the payback, if you will. GenG let Cheese go and place for Rise. Cheese had to go join his boy Sosa. And FUT, they went down 2-1 in the series, dug deep, and it was a scrappy game 5. You'll see it here. The overtime goal that we're going to see in this game 5, it wasn't pretty. And it really just kind of indicates what happened throughout the whole entire series. But all it takes is just the little inches, the little mistakes, the little moments. And that's all that makes the difference here in the RLCS in 2026. FUT, big W for them. And we'll see him in Copenhagen. I'm very excited to see him today.
The thing about Sosa is that Sosa's been playing since, I think his first RLCS event was 2019. And the fact that he's still grinding, there are a lot of players from Sosa's generation that are no longer playing anymore. And he's still finding ways to get into these events and perform and compete.
He really is. And honestly, you don't get a matchup like GenG versus NRG as an elimination matchup on a Friday broadcast without some teams you previously were underrepresenting stepping up. FUT taking out GenG in game 5 and then going on to beat Shuffle's Kitten undefeated. They're in the upper bracket. Same thing with Redacted taking out NRG to knock NRG down there. That's how that matchup happened. FUT said, thank you very much. We'll take that spot in Copenhagen. A few other teams to note. We'll talk about 100X here in a little bit when they play Shuffle's Kittens. If you hear us talking about that, that's Team Evo, former Evo, formerly the Battalions, that is still speeding the gang here, trying to get work done in North America as they are on their collegiate run as well. We asked the pros before the gameplay yesterday to power rank the teams here. Honestly, I think if you had them rank them right now, they'd probably still put NRG at number 1, but maybe not universally number 1, Daz,
Yeah, there's probably a lot of different results that people could swap around now based off of matches for today, but a lot of these are kind of pretty close. You see how close Rebellion and SSG are, 2.4 versus 2.64. Shuffle's Kittens, 100X, Redacted, FUT. It seemed like a lot of people just didn't know where to put them, so they all kind of share 6, but with a couple decimals, 6.3, 6.4, 6.8. So now that matches are happening, we're done with scrims and we're translating into match day. Now you're seeing the results of all the preparation from everyone.
Yeah, for sure. Well, as we take a look at those, we can start talking about what happened yesterday really quick. We talked about, we'll show you the brackets just so you understand how it all worked out. One team notably absent on that list, the team of Reasonable, Pigeon, and Lev, team silenced. Look at their run here through the bracket, making it out through the bottom there, taking out Seal. We'll see Team Silenced play today, and not a team that was on almost anyone's radar, I feel like, Bates.
They were a little slept on, maybe because people were silent on them. But I'll tell you this, Team Silenced got some potential here. Got a good W against Lotus 8 Esports. who, in my opinion, was pretty good Rock League. Los Esports, you see, lost, got swept by Shopify, but that's Nola's squad. They played them real tight. 3-0 really doesn't indicate that, how close the series was. So Silenced here might be still slept on today. Have a couple good players that can make some plays happen. And if they can do that,
we really sleep
they can
on
get the
them?
job
We
done.
haven't seen these players in like a top 8 or a main event ever. If anything, we should just be praising them for making it this far to begin with. Lev, Pigeon, and Resinal, those are not 3 players that you would list out in your. If you had to list 30 North American players, you're not listing any of them.
If you're a real Rock League fan, name 30 players right now. You can't.
Yeah, and those
Group
3 still
B-
wouldn't come up.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't. Here's in Group B things. FUT, you can see that there. We were just talking about it, making it cleanly through the top, taking out GenG, and then sweeping Shuffle's Kittens, who then dropped down and sweep top lane to survive today. GenG making it through the lowers as well, with Redacted making it through the upper. So lots of action, lots of excitement. You can kind of see the M80 bracket that they did run into Shuffle's Kittens and GenG. They were the other team that suffered because of the GenG losing to FUT up there in the top. But it was a lot of fun yesterday. We can't show you all the gameplay. We can show you the top 5 best moments. Dazarin, take it away. These are the top plays presented by Progressive.
Give me number 5 here, the top plays presented by Progressive. We're going to start off with 100x. Listen to this. Crispy to Seamus with a double tap top right corner. You gotta love this from Crispy. Again, great first touch, gets the follow, but then it's Seamus. That corner read off that bar, so clean. We got another 100x play here. This gonna be a ground pass to Skim. Look at this.
Okay.
Ground double to Crispy and just a slot. Look at all that power behind it. We gotta get a nice wide look. Look at side. We're gonna be seeing them first match of the day, and you better watch out for that. But then we're gonna take a dark tone. Unless you're the bear. The bear lurking, gets atomic, gets beast mode, and that one was to equalize. This was game 3 of that elimination match where GenG was threatening to sweep, and then finally the dagger. 0 seconds. Justin, high pop, atomic. It's a clear, but it's not a good enough one because Magic Bear to rise to the slot. That's Iceman. If there's anyone who can do it, it's him. That's the experience. That's why you pick up Rise. And GenG, this is the goal that eliminates NRG from this event. And my goodness, it was a big one, but it wasn't the best one. Let me get number 1. You talk about first killer, and you talk about Kofor. Wait, what's that over here on the left? What's that in the sky? It's Kofor. Bang! You can't save it even if you got 2 in the net. Great read here from Kofor. Just tracking this. His first killer flip reset pass to him, and Kofor with the finish. Those are your top plays presented by Progressive.
Oh yeah, it's not the best roster the first killer's ever had.
Yeah, it was a pretty cool play. He's like, I think I'm gonna like being a teammate with Kofor here this season. That's gonna be a lot of fun. We can keep hitting plays like that one. Insane stuff. I mean, if I have to take a player at 0 seconds to take a shot across the entire world, I think Rise might be my nomination. Like, if I need a goal at 0 seconds and I need someone's bumper to be hitting that ball into the goal, I think Rise is the guy I count on.
I think that's fair. That's a much better take than Jorby saying just out of the blue that Shopify Rebellion's going to win a land and just counting everybody else in the world. Just says it, and it says it. I don't even know if it believes it.
Jorby, it's going to be crazy when you're right about all that.
I don't even know if he
I'm
believes
so
it.
ready.
The whole season.
Make sure
ready.
we pay attention to his major picks as the lands happen throughout the year. We'll see if he picks Shopify Rebellion.
Interesting. Yeah,
Oh, boy, here we go.
Well, he's
Here
gonna get to do some picks here pretty quickly because the next thing that's coming up after this Open 1 gameplay we have this weekend is the kickoff weekend LAN in Copenhagen coming up here very shortly. Hey,
Okay, bro. They gonna win that land, Jorby. What you think, Jorby? They not even in this graphic right now. They still gotta qualify. We got
You're not
4
wrong.
NA teams, 4 EU teams, because again, the top 6 teams from this regional events that we're playing throughout the weekend, they are going to go to Copenhagen. If they're in the uppers, they're automatically in the top 6. That's why you see these teams filled out. These teams have already booked their trip to Copenhagen for that kickoff weekend, and we're gonna play these next couple of games today in those lower bracket matches to see who will join them in those to be determined sections.
absolutely. Yeah, we're actually to play the lower bracket matches of our brackets here today last because they are qualification matches for the LAN versus the top matches, which are sort of just like seeding matches or just pushing things forward. They're also doing this over in Europe right now. They had their gameplay yesterday morning, and this bracket, they will play the left-hand side matches there you see on your screen tomorrow. So instead of us having Championship Sunday for North America tomorrow, which is what we would how we usually do this, tomorrow's gameplay is going to be this European bracket up through just that round 1 matches. Those lower 2, Gentlemates versus Magnifico, Novo versus Gentle Bench. Those are qualification matches for Denmark. So we'll see that gameplay happening tomorrow. Here for North America, we're doing the same thing. We're going to play our 4 matches today, and then we're going to stop, and we're going to send all those teams to Copenhagen to play out the remainder of this bracket and our Gauntlet bracket in person. So Shopify versus Shuffle Kittens and Team Silence versus GenG are qualification matches for Copenhagen that we will see later today. Slightly different format, but very exciting, and we will get to see who Jorby predicts to win a LAN very, very quickly here. So that'll be a lot of fun. Let's talk about that Gauntlet bracket real fast. If you're like, this is the first time you've heard me say those words, this is what that looks like. So the NA Open number 1 seed, which will be determined today based off of those upper bracket matches, will go straight into semifinals. Well, actually, it goes to qual. Yeah, and then they'll play they'll play the remainder of their brackets as you saw yesterday, and then that will seed teams into this bracket here. So you'll have 3rd versus 4th in round 1. Then the winners of those goes on to face 2 seeds. The winner of those goes on to face 1 seeds. The winner of those play the grand finals, and that will determine whether Europe or North America Bates gets an extra spot at the World Championship.
It sure will determine. And listen, if you're a Europe fan, you're feeling pretty good because the number 1 team that you were scared of won't be there. So, but now, if you're also an NA fan, I think on the other side, on the other side of the coin is that some of these teams, I think they can show what they're worth now. No NRG to just fall back on. I feel like a lot of people have been falling back NRG, especially NA fans. NRG's going to save us. No. Somebody else needs to step. But honestly, this makes more sense for NA. I want to see if NA deserves 5 spots, another team not named NRG should earn NA that 5th spot. So I kind of like that. I kind of like it, actually. I love it, actually. I want more
It
of
was big brained. It was big brain. North America's like, wait, why would we send our most experienced, most tenured roster to a LAN when we could start building the depth of our region, sending the other teams, let them get it. And here's the thing, the rest of Europe, Daz, hasn't prepared for Team Silenced. They haven't prepared for Shuffle Kittens, right?
First.
Like they've played NRG for 2 years. This is big brain. I didn't even think about it.
Listen, Wave, I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't even prepared for Team Silence, so we all in the same boat with that
that's
one.
not
Okay,
good,
but
are you casting them later?
What I
Better get prepared.
No, I'm not. See, look, there we go. I'm not. I'll be on the best though. But what I was going to say was that, yes, it's going to be a big matchup. NA now has a chance to save NRG, so to speak, if they get that spot.
True. We'll see how that one goes down. Lots on the line here, folks. And hey, if you are enjoying watching Rocket League and you want to get other people into it, or maybe you just wish you could see kind of like a more holistic view of the game, check out the Rocket League crowd cam, twitch.tv/Rlcs. It kind of gives you this sideline view of the whole matchup. For a lot of people, this is a more enjoyable way. And if you're trying to get people who are familiar with watching sports but don't watch esports, it might be a better place to start with them, introducing them to Rocket League esports. Here's the prize pool for Open number 1. The teams today are playing for that $4,800 purse at top 6. If you qualify in those lower matches, you will earn $4,800 guaranteed, with a potential to win $21,000 when you finish that bracket in Copenhagen. So that's what's on the line. Here's that North American bracket again, because this is what we're going to be playing today. Those matches over on the left side of your screen. We're going to start with the upper bracket matches, and we're going to end with the lower bracket matches, kind of inverting what we usually do at this day, because those lower bracket matches are so special, because they are qualifying matches for Copenhagen. We're going to end the day with Team Silence versus GenG and Shopify versus Shuffle Kittens. FUT, can their story continue against Space Station? We're going to have to wait for the conclusion of our first match to find out. 100X versus Redacted. We've talked a lot about Redacted so far today. We really haven't talked, Bates, about this 100X squad of Crispy, Seamus, and Sai.
That's right, 100X. If you've been following CRL, Crispy and Seamus, they are on Concord. They play tomorrow in the CRL Fall Championship, which will be following the European Rlcs show. So make sure to tune in and support the boys. They've been balling out there. They've also been balling out here so far in Rlcs. Crispy in particular, that young man is a spectacular Rocket League player from England. This whole entire team's not from North America, by the way. Seamus is Lithuanian, and then Sai, I believe, is Danish? Where's Sai from? Austria. He's from Austria. He's from Austria. And then, but they're good. They're fantastic. They're mechanical. They're speedy, and they're creative. And more important than anything else, they're confident in each other, and it really does show on the field. They excite me, and I really am a fan of watching them.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how. Go ahead,
I think that I was going to say Seamus on 100x35. He last year we saw him on the highlight reel more than a couple of times. He was having some really great games. I think the biggest question for me with him was his consistency. Him and Crispy. Crispy has been around for a very, very long time, and I really like Sai on this team. I truly think that he could be the difference maker. On the other side, though, Talk You heard me talk about talk. I'm still so high on this kid. Wavy, he might be yawning. Wake up. You got a game to play. Look at that lean forward. Okay. All right. He's got to get locked in here.
Yawning because we yapping too much. They're ready for the game to start.
They are. They were known us.
Remember, he got the Christmas tree up. Remember, longtime veteran of the RLCS scene, former player back in like seasons 4 and 5. I think we saw Memory playing. He's been around since that time. This 100X squad, their best test so far this season has been Shopify Rebellion, which they did take down 3-1 in the Swiss. But other than that, they played Unreal Nightmare, Team Silenced. They played a team named Glowing Eric, and then a team that's name is literally just the numeral 1. So it's not been particularly the.
It's not been. Listen. We lost weight for a little bit. It's not been particularly the most difficult schedule, I think is what he was going to say. DeMar, what do you think about 100X, man?
Listen, 100X, I like 100X. I think, like, you look at their run all week, and even in the last week, this is a team that's been consistently, like, playing at a good level. They've faced challenge after challenge, starting with Rebellion, beating them 3-1, and then now just, again, in that Group A stage, looking really good. They're going up against a Redacted team where, I mean, you can see them on the cams. You know these players. You know what they can bring to the table. And with a big win against NRG, I mean, these two teams clash and kind of feels natural, right? One team's taking down the NA1. One team's taking down arguably the NA2.
That's
now
right.
They get to go head-to-head.
Listen, you couldn't have said it better. Listen, you can see it right there. You got the progressive fan vote. If you're going with 100X, put hashtag 100X in chat. If you want Redacted, do hashtag RED. As we get into our votes here on the desk, I believe very, very shortly. The players are about ready to almost get going. We're about ready to get on as well.
It's a big chance for both of these teams to establish themselves as a new North American powerhouse, I think, especially for Redacted. I mean, I think that you got a chance here, right? You took down NRG, they're out, and now you've got a chance to really put yourself in a solid position here in the top 6 onwards.
So what you're saying is that 100X beat your future land champions in Shopify Rebellion, right?
Yeah. What about it? I mean, they've dropped games before. What, because you think because K-Corp lose to Mike Boy that K-Corp weren't going to go far? I'm feeling the same about, First Killer and company, okay? It's going to be good for Shopify Rebellion. We're not talking about that base. We're talking about 100X. 100X, put the flowers out there. All right? They played a great game. That's a good team. I like Sai, like I said. It's going to be a good match.
All right, we'll see where you put it. We'll see if you end up picking them. 'Cause I think both these squads, like I was talking about, I think since NRG's out the way, I think these teams and other teams can showcase what they have and honestly kind of level up going up against some of the best in Europe when we end up ultimately going to Copenhagen. Both these squads have already qualified. And so it'll be interesting to see who we end up picking in the matchup in particular. Redacted, Wavy, 2-Piece. Remember, also, 2-Piece did have his first ever LAN appearance over there in Lyon. It wasn't necessarily his best performance, but ain't that right, the bar?
Yeah, you're right. It definitely wasn't. And I think they're looking to go back, get more land experience. And I have noticed that when, you see these guys playing with Talk, they feel a little bit more comfortable. So maybe just trying to expand on that. They still are working with Memory. So Memory, again, lots of lessons learned, lots of things that he can apply in the future. Now, again, just trying to see, you talk about, they've already qualified for Copenhagen, but this is still a part of the Boston Open, all right? The Boston Major.
That's right.
You want to be able to get as many RLCS points as possible. A win here pushes you into, I believe, the top 4. That's going to be at least 7 points. And then, of course, continuing that, I think looking at this, it's still an important matchup between all these teams.
That's right. If you had to pick a player from each team, who would you end up picking in terms of who's going to dominate the matchup? I want a name from both of you.
Wavy for Redacted.
Sai for 100X.
Why those 2 players?
Well, Wavy is typically at the center of anything good that's happening for any team that he's on. Usually has at least over half goal participation. It was I think he was 60% plus goal participation until late last season. His shooting is excellent as well as in the upper 20% rather than in the lower 20%. And he gets involved in every phase of the game. He's not, Wavy has really come into his own as a facilitator.
All right. Game is ready. We're about to get live. 24% you win for 100X. You might be wrong about that. 76 for Redacted. It remains to be seen. 100X 35. They haven't lost yet so far. They took out Shopify Rebellion in the Swiss stage. They're going to make Copenhagen. Going up against Redacted. They took out the reigning world champions. So maybe they're unofficial world champions. Let's see what they can do today.
2 teams, 1 dream, and everybody, welcome back home. The season is officially commenced. I'm Hercules. I'm so excited to be here with you guys. And Jorby, welcome on in. We've got 100X versus Redacted here. New storylines are all about to unfold.
We got a new look here in North America and a chance for teams to make a different statement. You know, North America has long been criticized for not making the changes, not giving other players that next step, a double fake kickoff to start. All right. That's exactly the kind of energy that both teams want to bring to it. But now Talk, he comes up with Wavy and 2-piece. And Crispy and Seamus, who came over here from Europe, bring in Sai, who has been an exciting player to watch, at least so far here in the first open for the Boston Major.
Oh yes, this is a really exciting team. Of course, if you've kept up with CRL at all, he is a former world champion. So this squad is going to try and show NA what they're capable of, not only in CRL, but now in the Rlcs. And of course, like everybody's been seeing throughout the qualifiers, this team has done numbers around most of North America here. 2-piece, trying to push this one up field for everybody. But of course, like everybody has talked about, Jorby, the big question mark does fall on Talk, Wavy, and 2-piece. Was the move the right one?
Now, in 2-piece, the Death talked about it a little bit before the game, made his first LAN at the World Championship and really didn't perform the way that everybody was expecting him to. Now in the online regionals, he's got a chance to set things right with this new roster. That's a nice flick and pass, though, from Crispy. Watch Crispy here. Gets the ball underneath, fakes out Wavy on that first touch with a little wave dash flick. That's a beautiful opener there from Crispy.
This is something I am going to be expecting to see a lot from this team. They have very high levels of trust between each other, so the patience on a lot of these plays is going to allow them to shine in a lot of moments here. But straight off the kickoff, I mean, you saw it from the midfield. It was just a big clear, little bounce out to the end. Great read from Crispy.
Couldn't have asked for a better kickoff. Right into Crispy with pace. Kickoff breaks down. You had that last man coming up to try to challenge, go take the boost. Was not expecting that ball to be on target. And again, a double bump on the kickoff. Both teams, I don't think any of the kickoffs, except for that last one that went in from Crispy, have been a standard one. That's what they've brought so far, but not the start Redacted want at all, as they're still trying to get set here in the blue half.
No, not at all. A little bit slower for them here, but pretty much 100X is on par with what they were showing everybody there in the beginning stages of the qualifiers. Talk trying to center this one out to 2-piece. He calls himself up. It was a quick shot out from 100X. Right now, it's pretty difficult for Redacted to get past that midline and stay there. 100X has been taking full advantage of this backboard. They're going to try to do it again here. Double off the side. Have to call yourself off on that one. Wavy, no boost. Has to pass off.
Been a tough go here for Redacted, trying to get possession. Midfield still belongs to 100X. And another challenge. This should help break them out a little bit. Wavy gets a solid touch, forces Seamus to play it out. But look at the boost levels. 2-piece couldn't have gone for that even if he wanted to. Instead, he had to steal the ball there. Talk forces another 50, and Redacted find a way out, but Crispy, he sees the lane and booms it right back downfield, forces Redacted to try again, and they can't hold on to the ball.
No, they cannot right now. You know, for 100X, again, that communication really is what is keeping this ball in their possession. Also, a lot of what they're doing isn't forced. They're allowing Redacted to have their moment like they are now. Talk carried it through the follow-up, completely denied by Seamus. 100X has very fast-paced defense. They're able to match a lot of what's coming their way. Little bit of a loss there as far as possession went, but immediately back in favor of blue. Seamus reset over 1, tries to get to that backboard there, but a little bit better coverage now from Redacted on the top end.
Nice half flip there from Crispy, but not gonna get him much more. Still, tone of the game has been all 100X. First free touch for 2-piece. It was heavy, but he can't complete the progression. He had the double tap lined up, couldn't put the final touch on target. Talk tries to keep control of it, gets a pass, but Seamus breaks it up. 2-piece, another heavy touch. Sai had to look at 2 players, and it's right off the post, so 2 opportunities here for Redacted to put a goal on the board. Talk tries again. Finally, Wavy finds a way to punch it through.
3 times is definitely the charm on that one. You saw the first 2 attempts where it was a team play on it. Wavy was like, if I push up just enough, eventually we got to get it in. And they do. 1 on the board, finally. Lead has been cut in half, but just over a minute left to go here for Redacted to get back into this one.
Plenty of time for sure. Wavy not going to have a teammate to pass to. Good demo from 100X to push the ball right back to the orange half. Nice little flick out. Oh, yeah. Redacted are winning more of these follow-up touches. Ball dead in the corner for now. But for about 3 minutes of this game, Hercules, the midfield was difficult. Really getting a completed pass was difficult for Redacted. A little bit of struggle right now. They're trying to find a hole with a pass to the opposite team. Talk is lucky that's not in the net.
Yeah, just a little bit slow on that one there, but of course, like you made mention to, the beginning stage of this game was 100%, 100X, but Redacted slowly are adapting to this one. Shot off the pull and in. Little follow-up there from Seamus. There was nobody ready for that second one to come through. Talk tried to nosedive down and in, but everybody had already committed to the play on that one, Jarvie, and it just left it wide open for Seamus.
Yeah, a bit of hesitation on these follow-ups from Redacted, and they're hesitating because they're not winning those 50s. And so it takes them either a little bit more time to get set. Like the follow-up there on that 50 was just because of a late set, because they lost the last 2 touches. Rocket League is always a sequence of events, not just one event in a vacuum, but it's not quite over yet here in game number 1. 17 seconds left. Redacted get a huge counterattack goal here.
Oh my gosh, you made mention to the sequence of events. I think that was like the most perfect one for Redacted. Starts on their backboard all the way to Wavy in the corner. Full team effort across the pitch. But of course, 17 seconds on the clock off the kickoff. 2P's gonna have to commit to this one. Nice high ball up to Talk. Can he get it off the back wall? No, it's a huge clear for 100X. 5 seconds to go. Seamus takes this one away. They're wasting the time that Redacted need to get into a play. And Talk's gonna keep it up in the air.
Doesn't look like 2Piece will be able to keep that one. So 100X win a clean game number 1. There could have been a goal or 2 more there. You can't harp too much on probably the 1 or 2 missed opportunities from Redacted when they had 0 goals. They did eventually score on that possession. Really, it came down to not being able to win those initial touches. They lost on that kickoff from Crispy. Crispy opened up the scoring with a beautiful ground play. And then 100X defeat them on the kickoff immediately after. So it just really started off in that first minute about as bad as you could expect if you're Redacted. They got a little better as the game went on. Game 2, maybe a little more competitive here, but they just couldn't get boost. They couldn't get comfortable. They couldn't get possession. 100X were all over them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, granted, you do have to take into consideration what their yesterdays look like, right? Yesterday, as far as Redacted went, the biggest, most notable series that they had was the 1-3 loss to GenG, which was their most difficult one placed in front of them. But the notable win that really has stood 100X out was their win over Shopify Rebellion. That was the one that had everybody talking about them yesterday. Really set themselves up and their tone for what people expected today. So, of course, I think most of us would have expected them to come out swinging, and that's exactly what they did.
Really love the way that they were able to move the ball a couple of times. 100X, there's not a lot of space in modern day Pro Rocket League. The little bit that you can find, the little bit that you can slow the game down, something we've said forever in this game. If you can slow the game down, then do it. Crispy did that several times, and there was just never a moment where Redacted could actually get control, have the boost, and actually confidently challenge. Also, touch quality when they did get the ball, given chances for 100X to get up and get a 50. So it's difficult. If they could get the ball a little tighter, Redacted, I feel like they have a better chance on some of these 50-50s, but especially late in that game. I know 2P scored a goal with 17 seconds left, but there was a couple touches from him. A little heavy. You're given 100X openings to take that ball away and boom it right back downfield. I really like their field awareness. There was a couple times as well, I think Sai, he was in his own corner, and everyone on Redacted started inching forward, and he just booms it away. He's like, cool, you're sitting on the wall. I'm just going to absolutely rip it down the third line, and you're not going to do anything about it. Now we get time. So it's all about controlling that boost, controlling the pace of play, and actually keeping control of that ball so you could win those 50-50s.
And on top of it too, I mean, you made mention to it, but you usually do not get a lot of space anymore, right? Especially in this day and age of Rocket League. So seeing those glimpses of space being created, especially for a team like Redacted, that was kind of, coming into this one a little bit slower. More notably, the full team across the field play. I feel like that gives a good bit of hope that things are going to turn a new leaf headed into game number 2 for them. Of course, we are doing a little bit of a server remake here, so you do have to, keep in the back of your mind that momentum not necessarily is lost, but might have a little bit of a blimp in how quickly 100X would have wanted to have gotten back into this.
And again, I think Crispy, my game 1 MVP for sure. Crispy been around for a long time, but had recently moved over to North America. It's still a critical part of any game or any match that his team is in. He's got over like 54% goal participation over the course of last season. We're talking about, and a decent shooting percentage as well. I consider if you're pushing like 27% plus, that's decent when it comes to how often you can score your opportunities, and also gets a fair share of assists as well. He's not gonna wow you with stats, but Crispy's consistent in that you always know what you're getting with him, and that kind of reliability can help a lot when your teammates like Sai and Seamus, who maybe need those facilitating plays to open up gaps, and they're taking the next step here clearly. Really impressed with Crispy so far.
Oh, absolutely. Same here. I think, as somebody that's always had a little bit of bias towards that EU region, anybody that has had a long-standing history that comes to North America or any other region for that matter, there's the potential for them to be a little bit special because you're bringing something that you grew up with that's different to NA, right? There's a lot more trust in playstyle between Crispy, Seamus, and Sai, especially with that CRL history. And then, of course, Wavy, 2Piece, and Talk having the slight roster change. I don't want to say it's like as detrimental. I feel like that's like a really dramatic word to be calling this roster change, but like I don't think there's anything to their detriment in the change. I think it's a good thing. They've proved themselves. Just it's like learning how to walk for them right now. They're definitely getting into the swing of things.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely called the Talk move an upgrade for this team. And I think Talk coming into today, and this is just off of one open, one Swiss, one like qualification to get into today, right? But he is 12th in score per game right now with teams that have played at least enough games to get to this point. So Talk has been producing for Redacted, but 100X, we talk about their run so far, and they've looked great. So game number 2, Redacted, let's see if they can put together that last 2 minutes. They were able to rip that ball away a little bit more, and I think the biggest thing for them is protect the ball. If their touch quality goes up even marginally here, I think this is a much closer game.
I absolutely agree. We're gonna see what we get off here though. 2Piece to send it back, pretty similar to what we got in game number 1, just off the rip. But 10 seconds into this, Talk takes this one up to himself, and you're gonna notice these cheat ups a lot from Redacted. That was really what was starting to get them back into it here, but a demo sends Wavy home. Seamus tries to take his time, but it's taken away.
Talk eyeing up Sai. Had covered the back end of it. Wavy gets a nice 50. So Talk didn't try to force that 50 in the midfield. Allows Redacted to actually get a chance to play this ball out of the corner. 2Piece steals the boost. Wavy gets a demo. This is a good push. This should result in a goal, but Seamus wouldn't quit on the back wall. Used the rest of his boost. I thought for sure Redacted had a follow-up man there. All you had to do was get a neutral 50. That ball's in the net. They retained possession. Wavy pumps it across. 100X survive for now.
Right now, I'm fairly sure 100X are expecting, a new level of aggression, and there it is, right in front of their eyes. Another down pass to Wavy. This time it does go in, but a beautiful catch reset down to Wavy to give Redacted the opening lead here in game 2.
I love what I saw from Talk on that play. So Talk jumps for the ball, but he's never the target. It's a pass. Whether Redacted planned that or not, the defense certainly believed that Talk were going to do it. You saw Crispy jump. He's watching Talk. Everyone kind of forgot that Wavy was on that left side until it was too late. So it was a huge commit from Redacted, but the defense's eyes were in the right place and it paid off.
A little bit of a bump off here. Have to play entirely. It's up to 2-piece to keep it going. Slow-ish start for 100X. They want in that half. The demo allows them in. You see the follow-up in the back end of it. A fake down, but of course Redacted definitely prepared this time as they transition out. A bump could open up to a center, but Wavy and 2-piece playing it a little bit safer now, allowing 100X to have some spacing to see what they can do.
Little chance for Crispy, and he just sneaks this in himself. Crispy continues to have an excellent game going for him. Nobody there to challenge it. Everyone gets on the back wall. Talk, he's down flat. He thinks 2-piece has that ball. 2-piece either calls him off there, or it's just intuitively understood 2-piece was going to get the ball. It wasn't a particularly powerful shot there from Crispy, and now they get it right back on the kickoff. So it was not pretty there for Redacted for a second, but they get an excellent rip on the kickoff here. 50 right back to Talk, and a goal to take the lead.
I love how aggressive this Redacted team can be. Their potential to just match speed and then surpass it is really, really fun to watch. It's right now coming down to a small battle of consistency between these two. Talk stealing to himself, shot on target. Beautiful save from Seamus, kept this one out, and 2-piece wasn't going to commit to that bit there. Instead, he stays at that midline, carried through out to that back wall. Can he get it down to Talk? No.
Yeah, Crispy sat right in the lane, but whoa, where's the rest of the rotation? Sai and Seamus. Afterwards, Crispy gets this clear. Seamus and Sai run into each other, and that opens it up. Wavy will get the goal. The team bump. Errors here from 100X early on.
Now just a 2-goal deficit. They've been in this position before. However, can 100X build on it? Low boost for size is gonna have to make that cut there. Crispy was waiting for Talk. Over to the ceiling, these demos coming through. That's what had opened things up for Redacted earlier on, but they're being matched. 100X wants to send him back. Big pass up. Seamus did have the cheat up, but he's facing the other way on there, and instead it's transition out for Redacted here. Can they continue to hold on to their lead? For now, the answer is absolutely yes.
Now 100X are doing a good job on defense. Good enough job. Talk. We'll keep them back there for a little bit longer. He's gonna be slow to this one. Crispy with a neutral 50, and there's just no way out right now for 100X. Forced to kick it away to the opposite side. They got the midfield boost. Crispy gets a little bit of space. Car backwards. Wavy first to challenge. There's just not many angles for him. It keeps getting ripped to the opposite side. Sai has to cover extra ground in that heavy touch. You can't rely on Redacted hitting it back to you every time, but I guess Sai can on that play. That might be enough to get them a chance. As Seamus, quick pop! And his attempted double tap will be denied. But 100X are back on offense after about a minute on defense. 2-piece, half flip back into the ball. Couldn't get good contact. Wavy is allowed to get that first touch clear.
Got a little scary there too. Wavy committing to that one. Talk left on his lonesome. Thankfully for him, shot just a little bit wide there. Gives not only 100X some time to really reposition themselves, but gives Redacted a moment to kind of gather their thoughts. This has been one of the fewer moments that they've been on defense here in this game number 2. Finding the ball back to where they knew it. 1 minute left here. At least in regulation, still 2 down. Seamus gonna try and change that up to the backboard to commit. And Seamus granted the space to put them on the board.
So Talk jumps, realizes he's not gonna get that ball. 2-piece was last back, and that transition was a really scary one for Redacted because Talk just didn't have the boost to go up and get that 50. And that just left the pass wide open. 2-piece being the only one back there. And having to play the shot, that's never a position you want to be in as a defender. But here comes a double tap off the crossbar. Chance for insurance. And they won't get it. 40 seconds left. Needing to hold on to the ball here in game number 2. Redacted still fighting to get their first game win. Crispy up. Can he get back to it? Been a much better game from Redacted. Keeping possession. Keeping this ball away from 100X. It's those transitions that get scary. They get a little bit of free space. 100X might find that game-tying goal right now. 15 seconds left. Got to get downfield.
They're gonna try for it again. 12 seconds on the clock. This one left over to Crispy. If anybody's able to take it away from them, it gives them time, but he's playing it low and slow. Tried to musty down to a pass. 3 seconds on the clock. Wavy and 2-piece low on boost. They're gonna probably try to kill this ball right here, and they do. Redacted in their comeback. Take game number 2.
Well, this time, some of those the lost 50s didn't kill Redacted on the boost game. They were much more boosted up in game number 2. 100X, a couple of key errors. This is a much closer game. If you don't have that team bump, we're very likely talking about overtime otherwise. So Redacted take advantage of that. And then obviously the play where everyone's looking at the player behind. I believe it was Talk who got the pass to Wavy. I think it was on this play right here. Yeah, 2-piece jumps. You see, Sai's looking at 2-piece. Crispy's back in net. He's just got to defend any shot that comes forward. And just doesn't realize that Wavy's getting the pass until way too late. Then the kickoff after 100X responded. So like when things went right for 100X, they would immediately go wrong right after with that team bump as well. So key mistakes in game number 2 get Redacted back into this series, who did a good job otherwise holding on to the holding on to the ball. You can tell what I've been watching lately.
No, for sure. No, I do want to make mention though, the Wavy Talk duo right now, pretty incredible. Very much starting to get, again, into their footing and swing of things, which is slowly becoming a problem for 100X. They're not quite able to slow them down as much as they were before, but of course, once 2-piece gets involved, you know, how do you say, how complicated it gets to really slow down Redacted becomes that much greater. But game number 3 officially underway, tied series on the board. We're gonna see how does 100X respond defensively.
Well, Sai, who hasn't made particular noise in the series just yet. It's really been Crispy at the center of the action for 100X. With Seamus right behind him, Sai expends the boost tank, a risky challenge to take, but he was sitting in no man's land. They don't get punished for it. Crispy dives back in time to defend Wavy's shot, and 100X try to get back to the midfield, but just too slow to these touches. Crispy will try to slow things down. I don't think that Musty's gonna get him much on it. You're doing a little too much with the ball there.
Hey, listen, sometimes you gotta do what gives you confidence, right? Mid-game, but one person that is trying to keep everybody very, very confident, in my opinion, Wavy. He's being such an initiator for this team in terms of really stepping up pace play, Talk, reset towards net, a little bit of speed on there, but defensively, 100X, I think, are doing a step above Redacted right now. It's keeping them in. 2-piece crazy slot to the upper left here, though. I tried to commend the 100X defense, but the bump and just any bit of hesitation is going to knock you out of the competition.
You saw Seamus get bumped, which means no 50 was coming. Crispy tried to make up for it on his way back to get to that 50-50. Sai, I mean, there was nothing that Sai was going to do regardless. Like you said, 2-piece took advantage of the moment. Seamus got bumped and put a beautiful ball to the top right corner. And 100X, the struggles continue after what was such a clean game number 1. But this time, Redacted, they do create the whole opportunity themselves with that bump. Redacted, a flip out. Seamus was hoping for Crispy, but no boost spawn for Crispy. He immediately leaves the play. Another demo, a double demo, a turn, but he misses the ball. There's nothing he can do. Sai was there with no boost. You do everything right, and then you look at your resources and you look at how you're turned and you're like, I have no clue if we can get that ball across. It was doable, but not really the most feasible opportunity there, despite the double demo. Maybe I'm crazy.
No, it definitely was the right idea. For 100X to even get a double demo is a good sign for them, at least, but Redacted right where they were before, trying to go for another couple shots. Last game, they had 10 to their name. 2:40 on the clock here. They're trying to make the clear on out. Talk past 1. Can 2-piece get up in time? He does! The speed on which this team has right now is so beautiful and fluid.
See, now you're looking at that huge missed opportunity from 100X. You think Seamus makes contact with Sai, we got a tie game, it's different, and then Redacted just destroy them from the midfield on that play. 2-piece now, 2 goals on 2 shots, pitcher, and off the crossbar. That would have been a way to get 100X back into the game. Seamus, not a ton of boost. He used all of it to get to this ball. And everyone is playing Redacted's touch. Sai avoiding the defense as much as possible. Crispy back to Sai. Sai to the midfield. Seamus, high ball. They want it high and away from the Redacted rotation, but if you don't make contact, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, unfortunately, this ball has to stay in your hands at all times. They do need to play this one a little bit closer because this is what's going to keep happening. You're going to throw it up, and Wavy and Talk are already going to be in the air, ready to take it back from you. Two-piece off the sidewall. Sai's going to try and throw a hand up here to slow him down, but 2 minutes on the clock and 2 down. Not looking good for 100X. Wavy trying to make something happen with nothing, although the play's still in favor of Redacted. The demos started to show signs of desperation to get them out. Sai over to one, and it out into the corner.
Yeah, it bounces off of the demo man. Was trying to get a bump, get a demo. Somehow a whifty. Another bump, that should be in. Sai will get it. Great recognition here from Seamus. Immediately as he sees this whifty. He sees two-piece and thinks, all right, Sai's like, go get him, please. And Seamus does the job, coming out from underneath and getting 100X back into this game. It's been all Redacted for the last 8 or so minutes.
Oh yeah, then right now, this is a step in the right direction. A lot of speed to that backboard. Of course, Redacted is going to expect it. It kind of was almost the bread and butter of 100X there. They like to use it when they can. They also know that they're going to try and connect with each other from it. Seamus up to the sky. 2 on him, though. It was a Wavy side 1v1, and the demo takes him out of it entirely.
Good defense here, and look at the pace. It maintained as Wavy wants a pass, but Talk spread out wide to go get that midfield boost. It didn't spawn for him. Now they're forced to just hold the ball here around the corner. Talk has that midfield boost on the opposite side. Now he's got the ball. Redacted, no real play. Maybe doesn't get a lot on the 50. Sai was already downfield. Flips into it to get the reset, or did he? He decided to let it go. Didn't like the 50. Quick pass, and the shot! Seamus came flying in from the right side.
This is what they are so good at, recognizing these small moments of when to just turn up the notch to 100. Beautiful connect there on top of it as well between Seamus and Crispy. 34 seconds in a tied game. 100X are back in this.
Seamus seems to always find himself right there for a pass from his teammate. 100X coming alive here late in game number 3. Crispy has Sai on the wing. Reset available. Popper back to the pass and a good stretch from two-piece. Sai has a chance to get the corner boost. Seamus with an interesting touch, but it's boom back downfield. Two-piece with a full tank. Let's see how far away it is. Tries to jump the read and he's got it. Seamus forced to go up. Sai's already downfield. Talk saw him. The shot denied. Wavy keeps Redacted alive in game 3.
Things got real neck and neck right there, but overtime is where it's going to end. Seamus takes this to himself, off to the ground, played it low. The setter for Sai, a little bit awkward there, so they're gonna have to resetter themselves. And of course, that demo sent Crispy all the way back. And for now, Redacted gotta try and regain possession of this ball.
Seamus was up early for that touch. If he doesn't jump early, he doesn't get a 50, and those teammates left all by himself on the other side of the field. Nice flick from two-piece. He's had an excellent game. Can he cap it to get another game win here against 100X? They keep getting 50'd out, and it's cleared out here for 100X. Redacted looking at the corner. They're getting stuffed right now as Talk uses all of his boost to get to the midfield. Decent 50. Crispy is posted up right to side. Love where Sai's posted. Forces two-piece to respect it. Make the save. Crispy, clean touch. Sai far side. Whifty again. Neither player making contact. Sai does. He hits two-piece. No play yet here for 100X.
You can see the vision coming into from 100X. They are trying to spot each other on it. They're not forcing anything against Redacted right now. Biggest clear, though, that they have gotten in quite some time is short-lived. Crispy and Seamus already back, ready to go. Wavy really, again, was that difference maker in regulation. But Seamus gonna try and make another story. Reset over one to the backboard, denied.
Sai still lurking, waiting for this touch. Not gonna get one just yet, but he is the midfielder right now as the rest of the 100X look for a way in. Sai sniffed that loose ball, but was just a little too far away. Crispy tries to stick it underneath, and it works! Crispy makes the defense uncomfortable, and Seamus finds the game-winning goal. Crispy, look at him, he sees it on the wall there. He sees Talk and knows, I'm just gonna hit it near me. It's gonna make it awkward for Talk. Crispy continues to deliver results.
Oh, you can go even further back on that too, and seeing Two-Piece kind of fumble the first touch on the play. It just was a sequence of events that fell into the right hands on 100X. 3-2, close game, close series overall. And I mean, my goodness, the pace of play that keeps being presented on both ends of the field, the fact that they are matching each other is keeping this so exciting.
Now, Seamus will get top honors because he was the owner of the 2 goals that Crispy had set up for him. And right now, 100X, this play as well, Sai slowing it down, giving Seamus a chance. Maybe I should be giving Seamus a little more props. He got the unofficial assist on the bump there. A beautiful shot as well, but I just love that touch from Crispy. It's a little thing, and it's subtle, that touch, but as soon as he sees Talk, he changes the way he flips into the ball to make sure it stays close. And you saw Talk, he had no boost, so he was already uncomfortable, and his car is not orientated in a decent way to get a solid touch on that ball. So sure, not a great touch from Talk, but set up by Crispy's touch there. It was good recognition of the defense's positioning. And that is what has been really working for 100X is their field awareness is winning them these games.
Exactly. That adaptation between game 2 to game 3 is what set them apart. In game number 2, I felt like 100X, almost all the attention was forced to be on defense. They weren't even really given the time to really be themselves on the offensive fronts when they had opportunity. But this time, they played the patient game. They recognized the moments where Redacted were either a little bit more boost-starved than they had been in the rest of the series, or just awkward, like you talked about, spotting moments where, Wavy might have been facing an awkward direction and you can place that ball behind him on the net or anything in that realm, right? 100X spotting the awkward moments is the huge difference maker right now.
Say in this next game, keep your eyes on Sai. I think he's really changing how teams are rotating in this game. He doesn't really like rotating backs. Got a lot of faith in both of his teammates to handle the ball on the back end, but he's always lurking around the midfield trying to get boost. If there's no boost to grab, he will go and play some backup, but he's almost always trying to be the outlet option downfield. And more times than not, Seamus and Crispy are aware of where he is, and they're always trying to get the ball to him. And you see how Redacted react to it. Redacted come up, and they think, okay, we'll play the 50. You want to carry this out and play a 50? No. They're looking for Sai downfield. It's almost like Redacted lose track of him sometimes. Sai isn't getting a ton of the goals. He's not getting a ton of the flash outside of that one goal that he had, but he is changing the way that Redacted have to rotate in this game, and it's helping 100X keep possession of this ball and keep the pace of play to their own rhythm.
No, it's so nail on the head. He really, in short, is like a ninja right now. And Redacted, like you said, can't quite keep an eye on him 100% of the time. And that's what Wavy was doing to 100X in that game number 2. It's just a taste of their own medicine on the flip side.
Sai had to get up quickly. Seamus was on the far side of the net. Now, for all that effort, there is a lot of ability and a lot of offensive firepower on this Redacted squad. Talk has to get back into the rotation. Seamus got a demo downfield. Crispy with the wave dash recovery, but Talk was all over him. Play just yet. Wavy has to chase Seamus down for this touch. Crispy got a bump as well, and that was about as weak of a touch as Sai could have had.
Pretty powerful one, though, from Two-Piece. Carries this all the way to the back. Wavy was too far ahead of it. Talk played it a little bit further past the midline, and of course, this is something I expect from this team here until they find themselves on the board. You are going to have to play some of these situations a little bit safer. The shot is wide and slow. For now, Redacted take possession of this ball.
Good hold. Talk held that ball for as long as he could before letting go of the reset. Wavy's got a demo in net, but nobody there to take advantage of it. Seamus spawns on the same side. But it's taken Redacted a little time, and Side just completely negated the pressure that Redacted had just built. They Talk turns, bumps Crispy, opens a gap inside, diving for the stop. Crispy up there quickly. It's off the bar. No play for Redacted.
A little unfortunate there, but it isn't completely out of their hands quite yet. They are still trying to force this play to continue on. Side's gonna cut it off in its tracks. Crispy, one shot towards midline, sent completely back by Talk, and he's already up, ready to go for the read. Redacted had all of the pressure. Right now it's just 100X taking one touch at a time to really slow them down and force them back into their own half.
Side cut in on this for the 50. Wants the bump as well. 2-piece avoids him. Clean touches are hard to come by for Redacted right now. Get one here. Talk forces the 50 underneath. Now 2-piece. Decent first touch. Beats Side of the play. And Crispy. See Wavy, he knows he's not getting anywhere. His team needed time. Couldn't go up for that challenge. 2-piece sees Side, he won't go. Now he'll go against Crispy, but doesn't get the touch he wants. Redacted just play off the ball again. They had the numbers, they had the boost to maybe play aggressive on that 50, but there's no belief that they're going to win that 50 and get the pressure they want. Too scared of these soft touches that are keeping possession for 100X.
Less than 2 minutes to go here. Nobody has found anything so far. Our closest one yet could be cut off. Another great moment from Sai. I know you told everybody, really just keep an eye on him. He is a all-around great player. He has been so manipulative across the field in the best way possible. 90 seconds on the clock, though. This ball just ping-ponging back and forth across the midline. 2-piece already up, just waiting to touch it and throw it down.
Crispy again, gonna keep it tight. Talk was so far off, and he just gets to mess with the ball for a bit. Seamus gets the entire touch. Misses that one. We'll have to retreat. Crispy's the whole way back. Still 0-0 despite 100X holding possession, despite them being able to withstand some of these demo plays. Seamus chasing him down. 2-piece has avoided a couple of demos from 100X and still keeps the scoreline nil. Seamus jumping in front of it, only 4 boosts, and that's a giveaway. Sai will take away that midfield boost and still kind of wait. You see, Seamus, he's got no boost, and Sai didn't care. He said, yeah, I'll lazily get back just in case he gives it to his teammate. We can get a quick turnaround on it. Now he's got a ball again. Reset, drops it away, pass. I love the idea there from Sai.
Oh my goodness, 30 seconds on the clock right here, Crispy. It's a rough center. They almost lose possession on this one, but Seamus has a little bit of a touch all the way up to 2-piece. The cheat up could be the start of something great here for Redacted. This one down, Talk up. Does he beat Crispy? Yes, but he's demoed off the play, and this one falls back into the hands of 100X.
Seamus did his best there, but a good 50. Now Redacted get a chance at the end of regulation. Sai has some boost. Good control, so selfless as well. He's always looking for the way to get his team the best opportunity. But the opportunities have not been plentiful so far. In game number 4, Wavy won't get a chance at it at 0 seconds. Redacted want to play ball. Talk off the ceiling, it kicked it, and it's denied. Sai on defense will not be broken.
I loved the attempt on that at the end here, but back to kickoff we go. Into the hands of Crispy. He uses pretty much everything to just really keep this one in their possession. A commit from Side, throws Seamus into a 2v1. Can it get waterfalled down? Not quite. It was a little bit slower there, but 100X managed to pull through.
100X, you've done all of the hard work, but then the hardest job actually getting the quality opportunity on net. They have been the better possession team in this game, despite the score line. As they get the boost steal, try to find a way through. Credit to Redacted's defense. Wavy just dropped the ball. That could have been real scary for Talk. He is happy that that was the easiest shot in the world to defend because he had almost no boost. He was on the far side of the net. A better placed shot might have been the game ender. 100X putting some pressure on Seamus. Got a little bit of space. Beats the first defender. Wants to bump a second. Won't quite find it. Crispy buys a little bit of time for Seamus to get back. Sidetracks with him. Seamus has to run away, and now Redacted get a transition. Wavy underneath. He wanted the bump on Crispy. He doesn't get it, but Wavy is not done fighting for the ball. Double tap, no talk. Not gonna find it. Two-piece up high again. Redacted. Lock and reload, but can't hit the target. Lucky in Rocket League, bullets are technically infinite. If you can buy another opportunity, there's a bump, there's a shot, two-piece! Gets the win for Redacted!
This is such a beautiful sequence of events for this team because at one point you could tell Redacted was starting to get really nervy with it. They were spacing out a little bit more than they were probably comfortable with. There was those few moments where it looked like it was getting away from themselves, but as soon as they connected again, they outpace 100X on the transition out. They find their push forward and Redacted find their win.
That's been where they've had the most successes on the transition. And Redacted had, to your point, Hercules, about their speedy transition, they had multiple opportunities on those transitions. Like that flick right there, that generated off of a demo. That follow-up shot not on target, obviously two defenders in the area. And then this play right here, they finally get the bump just to give two-piece a little bit of space. But there were three other plays where Sai either gets bumped, he recovers with no boost and makes the play. Seamus gets demoed, Sai's forced to come back and make the play. Sai gets 3 saves in this game off of the 9 shots from Redacted. And I'm pretty sure all 3 of those were on those transition power play opportunities. The 100X were excellent at defending those power play advantages that Redacted bought themselves, but you can't do it all the time. Power plays are hard to defend for that long. I still think 100X had them on pace of play. When it came to the midfield, 100X were the better team, but they weren't connecting on those bumps. Two-piece was avoiding them, and to me, those were the 2 key differences, is Redacted taking advantage of their transition opportunities, and two-piece bump avoidance protocol, and keeping his team keeping the other team scoreless against them.
Well, now we've got a tied series again. This game claims match point here in our best of 7. Quick shot on target off the kickoff there for 100X. They're gonna try and keep the pressure on, but one thing I do want to say is Redacted have done a great job of adapting to 100X so far, and they're doing it again.
I'm still a little nervous for Redacted. I don't think that the consistent game plan can be relying on these speedy transitions, because 100X, for as the 3 or 4 that Redacted got, it's really not that many if you think about it. And Seamus dropping down, they're just so good at immediately recognizing the space. And Redacted have been a little too happy to give them space. I mentioned last game that they seemed a little scared of the 50 game when they have numbers and they have boost. You can understand playing a touch and playing it soft when you don't have numbers, when you don't have the boost, but Redacted just seem to have that in their head that they're not going to win the aggressive game, even when the data tells you to do it. But then again, they've gotten away with those transitions. They have the tie right now after game 4. But 100X, I think their discipline is real difficult to crack consistently.
That is such a perfect way to describe it. Their discipline, I think, is really what has set them apart in the series, despite how close it has been, right? Redacted do an incredible job, though, on their end of kind of, throwing out little bits and pieces of wildcard plays to 100X, more notably Wavy. He's done these moments of very demo-heavy, aggressive plays, and then also knows when to reel it back in and just set up his teammates to push into that blue half. But right now, 100X, they're playing that patient game. Very good touches in the air for now, although demo on the back end and patience pays off for Crispy.
Crispy almost got caught there, though. You saw him take the angle bite. He thought it wasn't happening, and it's off the post. A good pass, but the ball's not on target. Crispy didn't have a ton of boost there. Mishandles the ball. He'll turn right back, though. He stole the corner boost. Redacted are all stacked up here. Maybe a little panic. Wavy didn't have any boost on that touch. They get it cleared downfield, but Sai was ready for it. Send touch. Little touch, nothing.
Little touch here, though, to clear out in corner. 100X, not the most, consistent plays up front. Big cheat up, though, from Crispy. Can they send it back? Not quite. Even though low on boost, Redacted still managed to get this ball out. It is going to be short-lived on this one, though. Corner gives them some airplay moment. But 2 minutes on the clock. Nobody's been able to find anything. Couple of quality shots, but more quantity over the rest.
Redacted, holding on to the midfield line. They've got the midfield boost. Seamus is just allowed to carry it. And they want the quick counter there. You're not too threatened by one player, especially if you don't see second or third man from 100X up there downfield. And so you're happy to just let him lose that ball so you can get it to the corner and get a quick out to your teammate. That's part of what makes the transition threat so scary from Redacted, but if you're not actually getting out, and they haven't done it often, Wavy will pop it back. Everyone's a little lost here. Crispy turned away. That seemed like the best opportunity there for Redacted. They were unable to even generate a real shot on net. Two-piece keeps possession, but Talk is leaving the play. Wavy has to come in, and there's just very jagged assault, very disjointed. You get a couple nice touches, then you lose a boost here, you're forced to go back there. They still have the midfield. They still have possession, and Two-piece is doing everything he can to keep Redacted's offense alive. Uh-oh.
Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh.
You saw this one in the mid, and of course you're gonna have somebody already waiting for it. It's gonna be Seamus. There's been so many moments where this team is, whether it's on purpose or not, always in position to catch. And I love that play overall. 100X first on the board off the kickoff. Crispy's gonna pop it up. No send back. Side playing deep in the third, almost keeps them there. They're gonna have to play it out to the corner. They do. 45 on the clock. Redacted now forced to take the shot. They place it just high enough to make the tie.
The 100X are in position to make this touch, or to make this challenge on the pass. Crispy reads it, but the pass is perfect. Power, meaning Crispy ain't getting there in time, and Talk puts the laser on target. Nice opportunity generated from a powerful pass that was needed, and that's the only way that you can break through this 100X defensive line. Great opportunity from Redacted, and they get this ball in the kickoff, and they get another goal! Redacted come alive in the final minute.
Watch this one. It's almost like it's a little bit of an attempted dunk right here to start with, but Wavy throws it in. He has been such a force for this Redacted squad. Again, like I said, he knows when to reel it in, but he knows when to just be unleashed and commit to these plays at the right time. 27 seconds on the clock, a 1-goal lead to Redacted. How long does it last?
Try to put the other on match point. Seamus in net, avoided the bump. He sees Two-piece. The Talk actually turns right back up. Talk wins 2 touches and 3 touches. That'll make it difficult. Seamus had no boost. He needed time to get reset. He'll get a demo for some space, but Talk is ready for that touch. Far side back to Wavy. Puts it to the ground, and Redacted 1 game away from taking down 100X.
Such a great end to it. It felt a little slow at the beginning there, but of course, I think between any two teams right now, these would be the two to really just ramp it up in the last minute or so there, and that's exactly what we got. Right now, 100X has been doing a better job of at least matching, you know, the shot for shot of what's going out there, but my goodness, the duo combinations on Redacted right now are just unmatched.
That pass to get Redacted on the board after 100X had taken the lead late in the game, and with how well they possessed the ball, you think it might be over, but then they drop it down. Crispy stuck on the wall after no 50 comes out underneath. And that was the difference in that game. It wasn't necessarily transitions this time for Redacted. Instead, you were just beating 100X to the ball on their half of the field, and that really was not happening outside of some key bumps and demos. This time, they get perfect passes on 2 opportunities, and 100X weren't able to get to those 50s. Not even due to bad position. It was a great touch. When you see how close 100X defenders were to the ball on those missed 50s, and you see how fast the ball was moving, that's the way they beat them here. On Neo Tokyo Redacted, now they've beaten 100X 2 different ways here. 100X's offense, it's not necessarily been high scoring. The possession has been great, but now this may come back to bite them here in game 6.
Well, let's see what they can do with it. There's been plenty of time to gather information and really just correct any mistakes that have happened in the past for 100X. But as far as Redacted goes, They are just on another level of predicting what they need to present to 100X to take them down. Seam is trying to do the cheat up and the bump on 2Ps, but that is not going to stop Talk from kicking him off.
Seamus gonna buy a little bit of time. I'll do that. Crispy, he had started driving up the wall a little early. And you see how much just one little position decision just totally throws the rhythm off on defense. And they get the 50 and they break it out. 150 can make all the difference. As Seamus unable to get a follow-up touch, Wavy will flick it over another. Sai has to respect Wavy here, and it was too far out for him to stretch, but he gets bailed out by Seamus, who gets the midfield boost. Pass, stretched. Talk was ready for it. First minute goes by quickly. Wavy, quick shot to commit. It's a save, but a rebound. The shot's too weak. Talk and Wavy were right there. Nobody takes the shot. Talk decides, I think we got you starved. He would be correct. 100X working on borrowed boost right now. And Crispy will look for a way out. He'll actually get a way out and buy some time for 100X.
A new layer has definitely, been added to the difficulty level for 100X. You talked about the boost starvation, and yet somehow they are still, I wouldn't say absolutely thriving on defense, but maybe surviving a little bit. 2Ps to the backboard, leaves this one. No center from Talk. He's all the way back, has to defend, and it works out in their favor. Throwing themselves back on transition. Reset forward. Slows it down a little bit. The bump open for Wavy, but it's wide.
There was a defender there. He was trying to just get it by him to open up another opportunity, but there was a free shot for 2Ps earlier. As good as he's been in this series, that one had to be on target from 2Ps. Now it's blocked again. Somehow, 100X are also keeping this ball out of the net. Crispy, nice soft touch, buys him a chance for a 50. A little juke on 2Ps, but Talk keeps possession. And there was even an earlier play on defense from 100X where they're covering both the air dribble bump and the potential pass in front, but they just can't get a hold of this ball. They can barely get more than a single boost canister. 2Ps gets a catch, a little pop, and Sai's ready for it. He's got some boost, maintain momentum, lost the ball to Talk. Straight down, Sai's in the area, and he'll decide to air dribble it up. Took a lot of boost to do it. He'll hold with the pass, flips it through, but no. Redacted are ready for it, and they will hold, but Talk actually misses the ball here, has the space, and it's just a little, it's looking pretty, and then it gets ugly. Now Sai, what's he got? With another touch, no way! Oh, he slipped through, but could not find the flip reset, double tap Talk, racing. Crispy avoids the bump and gets the challenge, keeps 100X alive here on the defensive end with 2 minutes to play.
Right now, the quality that, 100X are presenting, at least on their few moments on offense, should terrify Redacted. Redacted are trying to play the throw 100 shots game right now. And hopefully one lands for them. 2Ps in the mid, down. Very patient play there from Talk is, again, short-lived. That has been pretty much the name of the game, at least in this game number 6 here. Redirect all the way back. So much power allows Redacted to throw themselves in, and there's been so many cheat-up moments from Wavy, but none of them have connected quite yet.
Great cut from Crispy. He had no boost, and then he was the last back, and he saw that bump coming, so he cuts in between the bumper and the shooter, and immediately takes away the play. Crispy, again, prioritizes the bump rather than the ball to give his team a free hit, a free chance. Talk's got no boost. He keeps it tight. And it could be a precarious position with Seamus lurking at the top of the box. 100X finally starting to get a little momentum here on the orange half. Redacted, it's been all them pretty much this entire game 6. 2Ps up for the ball, but he's beat to the play. Talk has to buy time, which he does, but he gets bumped. Sai still has boost. Sai forward, keeps it away from Redacted. Talk with no boost. 2Ps turns off the ball cam. Talk gets another 50. Back end of 100X's defense are getting demoed, but Sai comes right in. Seamus spawns underneath. No touch for Sai, but that still works out. Everybody from Redacted was respecting it. Talk with the pop-up. Sai reads it early and gets a challenge out again. 100X surviving, but the thriving aspect, the thriving step has not quite come. Looking for a little bit more. Crispy with a read. He's not going to get it. Talk drops it. Talk shoots. Talk scores!
Redacted's patience plays off. They are so unbelievably connected. And Sai, unfortunately for him, you've got your back to Redacted. You got to time in. He just couldn't guess it correctly. 3 seconds on the clock to get into this off the kickoff. You got to hope you can get on in, but no, it's on the ground. Redacted steal that game 6 and the series.
Yeah, Talk. Gotta be feeling great about that last goal. Didn't have a lot of boost on that one. I definitely want to see that on the replays, and we will when we get to the series highlights. But Talk, the newcomer to this roster, the old Shopify Rebellion roster, and he makes a little magic happen at the end of the game on his own. Really solid game 6, where Redacted's offense was mostly running through two-piece up until this game, and Talk really comes alive despite a stingy 100x rotation, making them fight for every bit of the ball in this series. But Redacted, they hung in there. Plenty of times this could have fallen apart, but a great job overall here in the series, Hercules.
I just really got to commend 100x on this because they gave Redacted a proper challenge. But at the end of it all it did was prove how well Redacted can adapt in real time to a team and why they should be recognized as a complete threat in this North American playoff this year.
Well, we got more matches coming up next here in Open 1. We'll be back after the break.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
Because it's dirt bike.
Gas stations. Whew.
You gotta start at the top and work your way down. You want me to do yours next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder!
T-Bates here, and today I have a special unboxing from Blacklight. It's gonna be something you've never seen before. ASMR. Let's get into it. Oh my gosh! Sorry, oh my gosh. It's cool. These are the instructions. It's a piece of art. Smooth as silk. And now, for the finishing touches. The Athena Pro. Blacklight. Rlcs. Available for pre-order right now.
When you were here before, couldn't look you in the eye. You're so special. seeking in color. Lost without you, I can't make it through the night. How come I'm not seeking in color? How come I'm not seeking in color? So far gone.
Comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control, leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me too. Brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic's true.
Redacted get the job done against 100X, and with this win, they secure a spot in the Gauntlet bracket in Copenhagen. Let's talk a minute for what that means, because Redacted had already qualified for Copenhagen coming into today. But once you get to Copenhagen, you got to play the end of this regional bracket, and then the top 4 teams from that regional bracket get seeded into a Gauntlet bracket that'll get played, I think, Saturday and Sunday there in Copenhagen. With this win, they are now guaranteed at least a top 4 finish in that North American side of the bracket, which means they'll play the whole event here, Bates. This is the best start for the season Redacted could possibly have hoped for.
Oh, yeah, it's an absolutely incredible start for them, Wade, because, listen, I mean, they're coming in, no organization as well, and they're balling out. Two-piece Wave, we just saw them in Lyon at the World Championship. They were playing for Shopify Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion obviously went with the first killer roster now for this season. So, Redacted, picking up talk, proving that they can really get the job done against anybody. They've already beat the reigning world champions. They beat 100x35, who beat Shopify Rebellion, coming into the season, predicted to be the second best team in North America. So, they're taking out everybody in their path. And honestly, if I'm an organization, I'm looking at them saying, I might need to pick them up for the rest of the season.
Yeah, and I think it was a good win for them too, because I don't think that they really looked the best. I mean, you talk about who held the pressure most of that series. It was 100X holding pressure, but the back end really holding up for Redacted. Their transition was scary. I'd like to see them get a little more like consistent pressure as they go farther in this tournament. But I'm a believer in this team. I just think that it's a good look when you're not playing your best and you still come out the victor in 6.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you were talking about, this Redacted team's got players who were at the World Championship just earlier this year, and 100X, I agree, looked like the stronger teams at times. It felt like to me, Bates, that this was an experience versus inexperience that determined this matchup with Redacted staying clutch, staying cool, calm, and collected through the back half of the match and finding ways to win late in the series.
Exactly. There's a pivotal moments when they needed to. They always made the right play and they clutched up. You'll see it in the game number 6, even 3 seconds left. Talk went down and shot it top left, recognized his space, but also on 100x35. They're gonna have to become a little bit more consistent, especially on the midfield challenge. It gave this Redacted team a little too much space, a little too much comfortability, and gave them time to really think about what they want to do. You give players like this time to execute like such, and you're in positions where you end up losing overtime, just lose the close games, and you lose 2 or 3 of those in a series. We all know you're not gonna win the series. 100x35,
Yeah, here it
still
is.
playing well. Redacted gotta be, and Redacted playing really solid.
An incredible series there. Yeah, they are. I'm curious to hear for any orgs out there looking for a team to pick up. You'd be hard pressed to find a better option right now in Rocket League with Redacted sitting there. They don't even have any branding at all. They've forfeited any sort of branding they want. Their name is Redacted at the moment. So like, I mean, Jorby, this is they are ripe there for some org to come in and have them be represented.
Yeah, and you keep winning games like this, and I mean, someone should absolutely be picking you up. I mean, they were 2 out of 3 of these players were just signed last season, and I think Talk was just, he's like, all right, my pen's ready, the ink is wet. Let's mark out that contract real quick, please. They're looking good.
For sure. Well, Redacted, congratulations on your run there. We'll see you in the Gauntlet bracket in Copenhagen. We've got 3 more matches today, and the next one will determine which other team gets to put straight through to the semifinals of our bracket here, which guarantees them top 4, puts them through to the Gauntlet here. Space Station versus FUT Esports will be our next match on the broadcast. Lower bracket match is coming up a little bit later on. Let's talk about it. Space Station, new look, maybe a stronger, more spicy look from this team, and then FUTE as well, jumping the pond, sticking with their boy Sosa and putting together a North American squad with Frosty and Cheese here. Jorby, I mean, at Space Station, there's a name value behind Space Station. I think that makes them the favorites in this matchup, as well as the pedigree of what the players have done. But I feel like this pure mechanical level from what we've seen from Cheese, Frosty, and Sosa is going to give them a hard time.
I do think that this is going to be a difficult match, but Wavepunk, I mean, you see what Space Station did before getting to Saturday, and these are quality wins they're putting together. You're telling me beforehand, Reveal, Chronic, and Diaz, and I'm like, I'd like to see what they do, but I feel like I like the previous Space Station roster better. The results are telling a different story right now, though. And if they can keep piecing it together, like, we know what Diaz can do. And we know when Chronic, when his shooting is on target, he's one of the hardest players to beat in North America. I really like this roster. I've always loved Reveal. I thought he was a great facilitator for Scribbles and Kofer. So, like, this is going to be a difficult team to beat for sure.
It really is. And Space Station's had almost a perfect run so far. They dropped a single game to Shopify Rebellion. Otherwise, it's been sweeps top to bottom so far in RLCS 2026 for Space Station. Let us know who you think is going to win the progressive fan vote. Hashtag SSG for Space Station. Hashtag FUT for FUT Esports here. Jorby, who you got? Who you think is going to win?
I got Space Station. I think Space Station take this one, and I think it's going to be difficult road here for FUT to do. I respect Sosa. I respect the fact that he's as hungry as ever. Unfortunately, hunger doesn't win you championships. It only primes you to get better. This Space Station squad, I like how they look. The recent results tell me that this team's going far.
I do think they're hungry. I'm excited to see if that. I think the hunger. Do you think the hunger helps or hurts here, Bates? As you make your prediction
For SSG?
for FUT.
Oh, for FUT, I mean, listen, they might be the most hungry team in the game. Like I said, Sosa, he's got to make sure to let you know. And saying that this is going to be the really big test for them. Like I said, you have an opportunity for all these teams to really make a name for themselves, really show that they might be as good as NRG right now. In saying that, though, I think SSG at this point in time is better than FUT. I'm going to go with SSG. I think they've been consistent, and I believe that the fact that they haven't lost so far in the season does matter. But you've had some ups and downs, you've had some good wins, but this would be a great win if you can prove everybody wrong right here. They can do it, but I don't know if they're gonna get it done in this particular set. Give me SSG.
I hope it's gonna be an exciting matchup, but I do think you pick any school subject, math, history, statistics, grammar. I think Space Station is the favorite on paper, and I think that they're going to get it done at this point. FUT can prove us wrong, though. I'm excited to see their story continue here. They are, I think, for all the teams in North America, the one I'm most excited to watch how 2026 unfolds for this roster. How does Sosa and the boys get the job done here with Frosty and Cheese? How's chat feeling about it? We got a clean sweep for Space Station up here. We're caster cursing them. Chat is not going to help us out at all. 82% Space Station. They built up a lot of fans over the many years of being a part of the Rlcs, and we'll see if they can continue their legacy here. They have already punched their ticket to Copenhagen, but there is a spot in that gauntlet bracket on the line for this match. Let's get into it, folks. Space Station on one side in the orange, FUT in the blue on the other. Sosa and the boys, they are hungry. They got a lot to prove. Can they fight through the hunger and find the win? It's time to find out with match number 2 of the day. FUT versus SSG.
Draw your line in the sand and pick a side when it comes to these two teams. FUT Esports taking on Space Station Gaming. Both teams with players determined to push themselves in those top conversations despite what anybody thinks. Now they're going head-to-head to see which one's going to make it into the top 4 here. Dazzlerin. Join with me is T-Bates here. Progressive, or Game 1 brought to you by Progressive as we get things kicked off.
That's right, Game 1 about to get kicked off tomorrow. Listen, you're more hype about me than the Progressive ad line. Get it together. Lock in. Just like SSG. And SSG's going to have to lock it right. This FUT squad in particular, man. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do. If you're new to Rlcs, you're probably wondering how did Cheese end up on here? Played for GenG last season. Now he's been swapped over. Rises on GenG. Sosa, he played in APAC. He's back in North America. He is Canadian. And they're going to end up trying to beat this SSG squad. They just picked up Chronic, who was carrying a McDonald's bag in their announcement.
That's right. Chronic on the ball right now. And oh my goodness, forced it to the top corner. Chronic starts it off for SSG.
Sure enough, to talk about him, he's the man. Major champion almost 3 years ago. Dunks Frosty right there. Hand down, man down. You should know the rules now. It's just not going to be enough. Chronic trying to do what he does, bringing all the experience over here with this young Diaz, 1-for-1 player himself, and of course, reveal.
Yep, this SSG team coached by Expert and Chronic fitting in very well with Diaz and Reveal. Already off to a hot start, but that is not going to stop FUT. That's a close shot, but just again a little wide there. Now FUT on the race back. Still though, very early in game 1. So a little bit of pressure here. This ball straight to midfield. So he's going to pick it up. Gets bumped on the play. So Reveal will be able to dribble this into the corner or sidewall as Cheese up early to try to deny. But possession game going to be big here between both teams. You can see Diaz making Frosty work here early. Again, lots of familiarity between these two teams. As Frosty up the ladder, flip reset. Is he going to use it? Yes, he does, but the shot's just off.
Shot is just a little bit off. And so far, you're seeing a lot of SSG pressure on this young FUT team. FUT trying to really establish themselves in this game so far, but about a minute 30 in, and right now FUT has the ball. Let's see what they can do.
That's Reveal though. He's got a flip. Doesn't use it. Use it to wave dance. Looks for the bump on Cheese, but Cheese gets past it. Now ball back into the midfield. FUT though, not too many strong chances on offense. Only Frosty with 1 shot this game. They haven't been able to really pressure Space Station Gaming yet.
Haven't been able to pressure him, but they did have a good idea about 15 seconds ago. Sosa was looking for Cheese. Cheese just didn't have no boost. A little dump off pass right there. Here they go. They're utilizing each other, making SSG have to work. And I'm interested to see SSG's formation here. You're really looking at Chronic, like I said, a new addition to the squad, along with Diaz, but I would say Chronic's more well-known name. He usually plays a little bit more further back as he is right now, way behind both his teammates picking up boosts. Just really got to hold down the third man, especially for SSG team. When they get a 1-0 lead, I'm expecting to see them be very hard to beat.
Chronic taking his time there. He ends up getting it past Frosty. Now Chronic looking for a bump as Reveal brings the ball close. Chance for Diaz with the shot, and Diaz will score. Space Station Gaming get their second at the halfway point.
It just all happens. It all happens so fast. FUT a little claustrophobic right here. Gets bumped. Panic right there for the FUT defense. You expect him to be a little better right there than Diaz, man. I mean, he's not going to get him that much easier right there. DeMar. I mean, that's just a tap-in. I mean, true.
Right.
Take down.
It's not, I mean, anyways. Still though, a lot of great work there. The play started out really slow, but even then, once Chronic got a foothold, knew where he wanted to be, he was able to really be a threat off ball, and that's a big difference maker there when things just kind of slow down. I think for FUT, just keeping up that quick pace is very important for them. 2 minutes remaining here. Getting something going offensively would be big. Right now, it's the SSG show as Diaz picks up another.
Oh no, how does this happen? What went wrong? Diaz up high, Sosa no boost, and Cheese just kind of dives in, jumps too early. I think he meant to flip. Accidentally has a little double jump hop right there, and when that happens, you slightly go over the ball, and it's all it takes. Rather than get a 50-50, you miss out on it, barely clip it, and the ball goes right underneath them. And so far, FUT Esports coming out real slow in this game. Still only one shot, DeMar. You brought it up about 2 minutes ago. Not much materializing for him, but like I said, it's only game 1. Got a little bit of time to adjust.
Time Sosa up in the sky. He's got 66 points. Looking for his impact play. Will not happen on this one. They end up getting pushed back. Here's Cheats. Get up the ball. Tries to drive across. He has Sosa, but get cut out. SSG controlling the midfield really well. Look how quick Diaz is up into the air. Gives this to Chronic for free. Double. Oh, man.
Oh, man, all right, mama mia, man, somebody, come on now. Chronic happens to the ball now on Twitch.tv/Rocket League. Double with only 9 boosts left, knows where he needs to put it. Sosa, you just caught up on the back wall right there. Dude's a little better than that. Crossbar's not gonna help you. Chronic goes underneath you. 4-0 SSG, they're coming out here and dominating.
I mean, you got to get a hand there, right, Bates? Like, just can't give that to him.
I mean, you gotta put a hand up, you gotta call your parents, you gotta call your wife, you gotta get the kids out because of the fire and it's burning. Get the whole family out the house right now because it's not looking good for FUT Esports.
Fire department has been on alert for FUT right now. They try to come up with something here in the final minute. 4-0, full domination for Space Station Gaming. Frosty looking for the double. We'll find it, but Diaz with 0 boost, able to clear it to the side. Diaz again shooting 2 for 4. Another one shooting 2 for 3. It's Chronic, been leading the offense. Reveal has been making sure everything is worked smoothly. He's got an assist to his name. SSG starting this one off on a hot note.
Very hot note indeed. I'm popping on the Sosa campus. So far, he's been a little quiet. I definitely expect him to be the 3rd man of this roster. And so far, it's been Frosty and Cheese up front. We had the little one moment where Sosa looked for Cheese right there on your top right side. Cheese didn't have no boost, but for this team to be successful, they're going to need Sosa to be involved in the action, be up front, making some noise happen, especially being their shooter, if I would say. Frosty gets a nice little pop right here, gets by Wood, and all of a sudden on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's credit here to Cheese, right? You see him out to play, but then again, Reveal trying to get in the right spot. The bump comes through. Diaz can't make it back in time, and now we're seeing success on the offense here for FUT Esports.
I mean, you're seeing some success, but also it took the foot off the gas a little bit. I mean, it's 4-1. Just going through the motions at the moment, trying to get the game over. You don't get any extra points for finishing the game up by 3, up by 4. You only get 1 point for winning the game at the end, and they know that. Just wasting a little bit of time. But if you're FUT, that's a good goal just to know that you can score against them, even if it is at the end of the game. Even if it's the second one, why not? 1 second left, maybe they even get a 3rd.
Yep. A little light touch from Reveal, can't follow it. Frosty bumps, and Cheese puts it on target. No one is expecting the shot. And they will have a kickoff here. But at this point, game is going to be Space Station Gaming in the bag. There it is.
Oh, man, this is one of those games where you can't look at the stats. You can't look at it. These stats are skewed. These stats are skewed. They had 1 shot for about 4 minutes. So unless we're doing a per minute stat for this game or one, these stats are irrelevant. They went from 1 shot to 7 shots.
I mean, you could probably make that argument for FUT, but Space Station Gaming still pretty consistent. I mean, the offensive numbers are there. The defensive numbers didn't get skewed too much because they only had 2 saves as a team. And of course, that physicality coming through as well. Going to be a big note for FUT over the course of this series for them to be able to stop that physical prowess, those bumps at the back end, because they're opening up a lot of space base.
I hear a camera from Casters. Oh, wow, oh, wow. They look at us during this. Check it out. Looking good, man. Looking good, look at that.
You too, man.
Hey, man, listen, you're looking real professional. Me, not so much. But I'll tell you this. It was a good game 1 for SSG. Great one, I'll even say. I mean, they came out here. They did what they need to do. For FUT Esports, they did start a little slow. They did go down 1-2 against GenG yesterday. So they've been in these type of positions. They know that they can always bounce back. For me, though, personally, I need to see Sosa be much more active, especially in the FUT, especially within the offensive third. I want to see him create. I want to see him taking shots and putting pressure on SSG. Make them have to work. If he can do that, that gives FUT the best chance to be successful in the series.
In best of 7 series, both teams have a timeout as we enter game number 2 here on Forbidden Temple. We'll see what FUT Esports can bring to the table. So far, SSG has been off to a hot start, and they're looking to continue that too. Yes, puts on the ball. Now Frosty
Here we go.
has some room in the midfield. Frosty playing it low, under Chronic. Does get the corner, so he is going to be able to play a 50. Can they get this mid? No, Sosa recognizes it, and Cheese will challenge for him as they're trying to stop that counterattack.
Right there, Frosty. I just need more out of you. Yes, a 1v1, you have the mechanical ability. Make Diaz have to work. Don't just try to go low. That's the safe play. The game just started. When it's 0-0 early on, you have the opportunity. Didn't take a couple chances. Take a couple more risks. Try to make the defense uncomfortable. You don't need to settle for the low 50-50. This isn't overtime, and we're not in game 7 yet. I just need to see more from that FUT team. Right here, even Sosa. Give me the 1-0. Give me some salts, Frosty. Shot potentially. Plays it slow. I don't like the slow. And you need to go a little bit quicker. Oh, gosh. Don't tell me to get counters.
They might get counterattack past
Oh,
the
my
Diaz
gosh.
shot. There is a block by Cheese there. But again, SSG not able to get on the board here at the start. So still 0-0. Go ahead, Bates.
Thank you. I mean, that's 2 opportunities where this FUT team just need to be able to put a little more pressure on SSG. Had them on the back burner to turn away from you. They don't have forward momentum. You can put them in an awkward position, but you're just not doing it because you're playing a little too passive, a little too scared. You're talented. Make the play.
See what Cheese can create. Keeps on top of the ball. Looks to play 50 with reveal. Frosty not in the right position, so Sosa will try to cover this. Can't get it past Chronic. Here's Frosty's challenge into reveal. A lot of play in the corner. Chance for Frosty. Plays that again high off the corner. Sosa no boost, so Cheese will have to pick this up. Keeps this in for FUT. This is a chance for them to pressure Space Station Gaming. Ball bounces. Here's Sosa. Gets control. Wants to take it himself. Reveal knocking off to the side. See Frosty. He gets a demo on Diaz. That might create some space. Sosa's waiting midfield. Cheese trying to get it to him. But you can see Chronic and Reveal again just cutting that out.
Great cut right there by them. Really playing great defense, but FUT already having more attack. Sosa slows it down. I have to do a little hezo. Hesitation again, I think, and they might get counterattack for it. Sosa might need it to just come in and, oh my God, it's always the same thing. They're not listening to me. They need to just shoot the ball fast. They keep getting countered.
Yeah, I don't think they got the stream open, baby.
Well, they need to open the stream. Otherwise, I don't know. I'm giving them the blueprint. Sosa doesn't need the hezo right there. Just shoot that with speed. They're awkward on the back wall. Make them have to respect you. You hesitate, they counterattack. This has happened 3 times already. You're giving the game away.
The hesitation starting to be, you would say, predictable for Space Station Gaming. It's almost as if like they know, okay, they'll probably hesitate before they shoot. Meanwhile, the shots keep coming. Chronic, another one to the top corner.
I mean, that's just right here. Reveal takes his time, really waits for them. Cheese has to react, and then Chronic sits back there doing what he does. Frosty Sosa, at least one of them has to help out. Cheese, I believe, right there on the clear. One of them has, they can't bogey sat net. Chronic sees that. Easy follow-up shot, takes his time. I mean, that's just a goal every single time.
Cheese averaging 4 saves a game. He had 4 in game 1. He's got 4 now. 2 shots to his name. And FUT still looking to put something in the back of the net here on Forbidden Temple. Approaching that 2-minute mark now. They've had the pressure, but those final shots are lacking threat. Little chance maybe for a breakaway. No, cut out. Sosa to Frosty. Frosty shot blocked by Diaz. That's Diaz's 3rd save, and that's Space Station 6 this game.
I mean, yeah, exactly. We talked about it. 4 minutes of game number 1. But Esports only have 1 shot already. They're at 7, so the pressure is there. They've made those adjustments. Now they need to be able to put the ball in the back of the net earlier than this last, like, 10 seconds of the game. A little bit of pressure from Sosa right here. Look for a bumper reveal. Almost gets it.
Hey, you know, right now, even in those last 10-15 seconds, SSG low on boost. This was a perfect time. So much space. Now they're looking for another bump play. Cheese up the ladder. But no, it's denied again. And Chronic tried to catch him out, but Frosty was back in time.
I like the idea right there. Something different. I still felt like they went a tad too slow. It really gave SSG time to think about it and just collect their wits. The wherewithal that you want to say that, but I still like the idea. Bump into a double. Cheese just unfortunately ran out of boost right here. Don't tell me they get counterattacked again. They don't. Wait, hold on now. Base right here from FUT.
Need to go back. Can Reveal get back in time? He tries to free jump it for Frosty. Rolls it right through. 1 goal difference here as FUT scores before the final minute.
A rare Chronic dive right there. They're up 2. You usually don't expect to see Chronic diving. He can see both his teammates have 0 to low boost. Not much there in the tank. Chronic usually just fakes that, plays defense, buys time, he dives. Frosty wins out on the 50-50, and then he ends up ultimately counterattacking, and now it's one goal game to ball.
Could be. I thought Reveal was going to be in a good spot there, but no. Chronic will keep this in play. Can SSG pick back up that 2-goal lead, or will this be a potential chance here for FUT to get back into it? 40 seconds remaining in regulation. Here's Sosa. Plays it high. Not the best touch. It gets away from him, so Chronic will pick this up. Big challenge from Diaz as Frosty plays the ball, but a little bit of a double commit. Now Cheese will have some space in the final 30.
Final 30 indeed. Cheese trying to wrap around the ball. Chronic, good challenge by him. Frosty out to the side. 20 seconds remain. Cheese gonna have to try to make a play. Free flips to get it clear, but it goes absolutely no way. Cheese still out on the ball. Woo! Reveal barely gets there in time.
Frosty picks this up. FUT Esports not out of this game yet. Frosty moving up the field. Off the sidewall. Reveal. Clears it into Sosa. What will Sosa do? Switch the play to Frosty. To Cheese. Shot blocked out by Reveal before it can get to the goal line.
Chance.
They need to keep this up, but they can't. SSG take game 2.
They sure do take game number 2, and they just did it in their own way. Honestly, kind of taking advantage of FUT's lack of threat when they would build up or even potentially have an offensive chance. 2 counterattack goals, I believe, in that game. No, 1 counterattack goal, and then the other one was a great play by Reveal. Forced the Cheese to make a mistake, and then Frosty and Sosa were stuck in net. And that's all she wrote. In this game in particular, though, first game I will say, the house was on fire. And listen, but they were trying to get the wife, kids, girlfriends, everybody out. Everybody had to get out. But now the fire department came in, they cooled it down, everything's good to go. They played a much better game this time around. But now in game number 3, DeMar, they need to start capitalizing. They need to be threatening. They need to come a little more speed and a little more pace with their attacks, and I think they'll be more successful.
Yeah, again, the pacing seems to be the biggest thing, right? Being a little bit slow on some of the offensive shots. They get the pressure. We've seen them get the pressure, but then when it comes down to getting those final shots in, they just give Space Station Gaming too much time to get set on defense. They block it away easy, and you can tell SSG is looking for those counterattacks because they've been so effective, Chronic especially, as he's got 4 goals this series total, 2 in each game.
Listen, I can tell you cats are stacks. You're keeping up with these numbers. That's nice.
That's right.
That's
right.
nice.
Shout
You got
out
the
to my
notepad
stack
somewhere? Where's your notepad?
Listen, can't tell you my trade secrets, okay?
Trade secrets. You are funny.
Game number 3 on DFH Stadium. SSG looking to send the series on match point. FUT Esports looking to get just a game win here. It's been a tough series for them. Maybe a chance to turn it around. Can Cheese get this one? No. 50 doesn't go their way. And SSG, hold on. They're going to be playing 50s on the sidewall here for some time.
They're playing 50s, but Sosa trying to make something happen. Chronic a low boost. And already so far, you're seeing FUT. They have the pressure again. Very similar. Big demo by Cheese right there. Frosty with space. It's going to look quicker. We need to make a play happen right there. Don't go for the bump. Oh, let somebody else come in. That could have been a good chance for him.
Why is bro saying we? We're not on the team.
Oh, did I say we? Okay.
You did.
Listen, I'm not on the team, but listen, I love watching you boys play Rocket League. That's all I can say.
There you go. All right. That being said, they are showing signs of physicality. Here's Chronic. Good beat. Reveal close. Frosty recognized the danger. Reveal still on top of the great chain dash to get it mid. Frosty, no. He got him. Frosty downfield. And FUT with the lead here for the first time.
First time Diaz caught out right there. Pushed up way too far on your left-hand side. He's supposed to be the 3rd man, but he's not. He really was like an aggressive 2-man. And then it just didn't end up working out for him right there. Get caught out. Big goal right there for FUT, and DeMar's already brought it up. First time they've had the lead in the series. See if they can hold on to it.
SSG, get to see what they look like playing from behind here. Diaz with a cut with Frosty on top of the ball. Let's take it to the sidewall. Good double there. He used a lot of boots to track it down. Now he's got none. Meanwhile, Chronic picked up that corner. He'll be on top of the ball, sees Cheese, and takes his time getting around him. Great flick. We'll have a follow-up as well. Looking for the double. Got it to Reveal! Chronic coast to coast!
Coast to coast, indeed. Does it all by himself. Beats out Cheese. Frosty, you jumped up, but you're a little too slow. Sosa, you're lost in the sauce as well. Reveal, just be there for me, and he is. They tied up immediately. Listen, FUT took the lead, and then about 30 seconds later, Chronic said, hold on now. We ain't done just yet. Tied up 1-1, a minute 30 into the game.
Great effort from Chronic to get that goal back for Space Station Gaming. I mean, like I said, getting past the entire defense there at FUT. Now Diaz on top of the ball, a little delayed flick. A Reveal, now in the best position. Space Station Gaming has put right where they want him. That being said, they didn't expect that clear from Cheese, and Chronic will have to dive to make sure that that's not capitalized.
We'll have to dive, and oh no, but they're still in trouble though. I don't really like what the rotation I saw of the Souls right here. They're gonna end up going. It is. This is I don't like to put this on one player, but it's a lot of this is on Sosa right here. He comes up real aggressive, trying to help out Cheese, I guess, on the initial challenge in the corner, but he ultimately ended up not doing much. He just kind of drove by the ball went over him. He went for a demo. He's supposed to be their third man. He's supposed to be there to stop the play, stop the ball, and he wasn't. And at that point, Cheese, who went from the top left side of your map, you saw him right before the goal got scored. He ended up being the third man. That shouldn't happen. And they ultimately ended up ultimately ended up costing him. So that's a big mistake.
The drop down, reveal. Oh, plays it slow. Gets a pass one to Diaz. Shot blocked out though. Cheese again, another save from him. Now they're looking for the counter on foot. Frosty with the dribble. Frosty, pass one, pass two, got in for the goal line, but no one expecting that on the side of foot. A little awkward, they couldn't commit. And now they'll try to slow down SSG here, but to no avail.
Interesting why they didn't commit, honestly, because nobody was there to be middle, and for a player like Frosty, you gotta kind of expect for him to at least make some type of play happen. At least be there to assist him. Maybe not get a goal off of it, but just 50 it once again. Bad clear right there from Foot. Oh, Reveal just smacks it right back in the Sosa though, so Foot gets away with one. That might have been a goal for SSG if that didn't happen.
If these defensive mistakes, I mean, we're seeing them happen time and time again, and you can see SSG in the proper position every single time. For Foot, we saw them game 2 hold on to offensive possession and really make SSG kind of work defensively. This game, not so much. It's kind of been counterattack after counterattack for both teams, but SSG just a little bit more deadly. They've been doing that all series long.
Exactly. Not the teams really set up an establishment and the others third.
Right.
The teams are kind of just filling each other out. The game is much slower than I would say the second game. Even the first game, SSG was kind of moving with pace and was trying to meet that. Now this game's slow, so slow! From out of nowhere, we talked about him. He needs to be able to shoot the ball. He needs to make a threat happen, and he does right here.
Great shot from Sosa. Top right placement there. Exactly what Foot needed. 1:17 to go. They equalized the game again. This is a big one. SSG to put this on match point. They need to continue to use this momentum and build. Time's ticking down.
Remember, as we approach this 1 minute mark, game tied up in game number 3. Both of these squads, they've already qualified for Copenhagen, but they're still playing for open 1 points. And all these points lead to the Boston Major that got announced just yesterday. So whoever wins this game, I think you talked about it tomorrow, what, they get 7 points guaranteed? Whoa!
Reveal!
Okay, Reveal said he won the points too, hey.
Oh, perfect double. Perfect double for Reveal. Great placement for the top right corner. And like you said, Bates, yes, of course, you get top 4 placement. You get 7 RLCS points. Top 6 gets 5. That's the difference there. A couple points, but later down the season, it could make a big difference.
Sure does make a big difference, especially when you got to think teams like NRG didn't perform. You know they're going to try to make a comeback and open number 2. Every single point matters. You want to make it to Boston. You want to make it to the World Championship later on in the season. This game has huge implications, and SSG is not playing around. 30 seconds left, and they've been balling out. Cheese back clear, but let's see what Foot can do. Sosa gets beat up by Chronic. Cheese on the ball now. Big boom away. But every single time he slams it away, it goes right to SSG, and they're just comfortable. Foot needs to be able to get the ball, but they can't.
Oh, I like this idea there. And look, Reveal just kind of hanging around in the picture to buy Diaz some time, and Diaz almost scored that one. Pressure from SSG. Foot needs to go down the field. Reveal pre-jumped this, but Frosty got it around to Sosa. Sosa shot blocked out. Cheese can keep this up, but Diaz looking to end it. Cheese keeps this in the air. Chronic clears it downfield, and Foot has to keep, make sure this one doesn't hit the ground. Sosa can't follow it. No one can. And SSG put the series on match point.
Put the series on match point, and listen, if you're a Foot fan, they're in trouble. They're in trouble. Okay, at the moment, this SSG team, they haven't lost a single series, and it doesn't look like they're losing this one. We got a timeout, Foot. Foot's got the timeout now, and they need it. They need it because that game in particular, they started moving a little bit slower in my estimation. They kind of gave SSG this more opportunities, and multiple times in that game. I mean, you got the Chronic 1v3, you got the revealed double touch from out of nowhere. It's just like, it's not like SSG's building up attacks. They're just scoring off of just mistakes from FUT.
Exactly. Yeah, they're waiting to see FUT when they're the weakest, and then that's when they come to punish. And for FUT now in this position, having to reverse sweep a team like SSG, such a tall task. We see the signs of life baits, but they just need more.
They just need a little bit more. Listen, your FUT. What are you telling them, Coach? What are you thinking? What do you think they need to do? I mean, listen, you're looking across. You got your eyes on the field. What'd you tell them?
I mean, you can see where the signs come, right? It comes from the physicality. I think when SSG's on the back foot, they do get vulnerable, but I think it's one of those things you might need a deep third. Maybe stop taking a couple of gambles that we see in that midfield. I know you want to keep the pressure, but it shouldn't come at the cost of being susceptible to a counterattack. You've given up how many goals on counterattacks? You need to be able to stop that. That's a big proponent of it, because so far SSG, I mean, they are pretty much allowing you to come upfield. They are welcoming you to try to pressure them because they know you're going to overextend and they're going to punish for it. So that just needs to change. I think that's the biggest thing right now.
Exactly. I agree. So, but if you're a FUT fan, I'm expecting to see a little more aggression, and also a little more creativity, a little more confidence in the offensive attack. SSG, they get that counterattack, it's done so, and we'll be moving on from the series. Listen, if you believe in FUT, I want you to know. If you believe in FUT, put a 1 in the chat. If you think they end up winning this game or a 4, building some momentum. If you think SSG puts them away, you can put a 2 in the chat. And I'm not looking at the chat, but I got a feeling I know which way it's going to go around. The timeout's almost done. Both these teams have been talked to as we're about to get kicked off in Utopia game number 4. It's going to be a good one, I think.
That is FUT here trying to turn the series around. SSG looking to close this one out here off of the timeout. This timeout, especially against a coach like Expert, could be sometimes a double-edged sword. We'll see what happens here. Now, Space Station can swap their play around. Let's take a look. Frosty, look for the double. Does find it. Gets it mid. Diaz there, waiting. Sosa taking his time. Plays for that low 50 on the sidewall. SSG privy to it so far. But we're not seeing that third man commit too much. Frosty thought about it, but then decided to delay it a bit. Now he's looking for some physicality. He'll take a corner boost. But this is good pressure for FUT at the start of this game. Maybe even a chance here. Frosty puts a shot.
I like that.
Chronic barely just gets the save out.
I love that. He actually shot the ball at him. Made Chronic out the backflip. In game number 2, it would have been a hesitation. Nobody would have done anything. And then it just would have been a 50-50. SSG right back on the attack. But that made Chronic at the backflip. Took him out of position. Made him have to respect the fact that, listen, Frosty might come in here and just slam it at my net. I gotta be prepared for that. I can't just expect the hesitation. Those switch-ups make all the difference. No! What happened here? How's Chronic just get a freebie?
You gotta look at Cheese. Cheese is awkward here on the play. Frosty's trying to force for him, but Cheese, he kind of dives here. And I think he thinks Sosa's behind him. It has to be something with the communication there. But Chronic basically just finds the thread when he puts it to the top right corner.
Yeah, that was a lot of space. Honestly, Cheese is in no man's land. Because I don't even know if Chronic had shot that to the left, Cheese wasn't saving that either. Cheese was just getting beat to that ball, no matter what happened. So I guess he just wanted to put a hand up just in case, but then Sosa just wasn't back in time. That's a bad error for FUT, especially in a series where they're already down by 3. And they're going to be down by 2 in this game right here. Way too easy for SSG just yet again.
SSG finding the gaps, and they are making the most of it. Look at Diaz, great read of the field. Sees Sosa, knows he's got to commit, and says, I'm putting that on target. Again, Chronic and Diaz have just been primary scorers for Space Station Gaming. They keep that up in this game.
Sure do keep that up. Let's see what Frosty can do right here, though. Gets the ball to kick off. This is when Rocket League sometimes is the most dangerous. Sosa immediately slams it, but Cheese was not prepared for that. Chemistry's just a little off for the split squad. Sosa gets demoed in the midfield, and here comes the SSG counterattack. The boys are coming down. But wait, Chronic caught out. Frosty should be an easy goal for him, and it will be. Cheese finishes it up. Finishes off.
I saw it. I was on Chronic POV. He missed the mid boost, tried to back flip into it, just reversed into it, couldn't get it at all. And like I said, once that beat happened, that was just FUT's goal, just written. Now it's a 1-goal game here, and plenty of time. SSG need to clean things up.
You do need to clean things up. The series isn't over just yet. Don't get comfortable. Big demo right there from Cheese. Diaz pops the ball off the side. Here comes SSG. And if you're a FUT fan, if you're a FUT coach, still saying, listen, we got a chance. They haven't done anything necessarily offensively against them. They're just counterattacking, and they're consistent with that, and they're clinical with that. We can get our FUT offense on the game. We can get it established within this game number 4. We have a pretty good chance of winning. That's for FUT. You can't be looking at it down by 3. You got to be looking at what has been working. What? Double commit out there from SSG. Sosa fakes it off for Frosty. Here we go. 1v1. Sosa's boost. Chronic no boost. Frosty on ceiling. He can't get a touch like he wanted. Cheese was ready for it.
Cheese was running interference on the play as well. Looked like a prime opportunity, but again, Cheese couldn't get the demo. Defense got settled for SSG. They hold on to their 1-goal lead at the halfway point. They keep this up for the remainder of the game. They take the series in a sweep. It's going to be up to FUT to force the issue. They've been trying all series long to force the issue. Frosty may be able to do it there, but no, denied by Chronic.
Great defensive read by Chronic. Knew Frosty wanted the double. Got up on the backboard right at the right time to get that perfect clear away. Exactly what you expect from a player like Chronic and what he's already brought to RLCS over the past few years. You got to appreciate that if you're an SSG fan. Also, if you're a Rocket League enjoyer. Frosty here once again on the ball. 2 minutes remaining in this game. And FUT is still trying to score. Much more offensive pressure for this FUT squad in this game so far. Frosty has been touching the ball a lot. Tries to get by Diaz, gets the ball. Almost gets the goal right there. The opportunities, the creativity, they're coming for this FUT squad, but they still got to be careful. Because one mistake and the SSG counterattacks right on them.
Yeah, but you saw it. Cheese had to go there. If he took any more time, I mean, there was a chance for another goal there for Space Station Gaming. Great cut for Cheese. That being said, FUT playing off their own half. Here's Diaz. He's going to pick this up. Great first touch. We'll get the follow-up for the 50. Frosty awkward. Chronic with everything to shoot at, but goes for the pass, but it's blocked away. Diaz tried, and Frosty able to get the block. Now Frosty upfield looking for some bumps. Diaz will run interference. Frosty gets the boost. He's trying to set up Cheese, but SSG just a great read on what the offensive FUT is doing.
Hell, if he got a bump right there, it might have been real good, but Frosty's real awkward. Oh no, y'all. But the defense can't be this susceptible. We're gonna have to be a little better. Reveal, I mean, it's a good play. It's a good fake pop, but Cheese, if you face it, you gotta be there to help out your teammate. They can't just walk it right down and they pop it until you go like that. Not in these moments, not at this stage of the RLCS.
But we're seeing the same thing again. FUT giving their best effort offensively. Everybody all in. As Cheese, no, not able to make it. But then the counter-attack from Space Station Gaming. So threatening, and when FUT are on that back half, it's when they're on their weakest. Now they're trying to see if they can pass it out. Down by 2 with 43 on the clock. It's not looking good for them.
It's not looking good. It's looking pretty much over. If Reveal gets his Doomsday Dish, it will be over. Wait, hold on now. Frosty blocks that out. Cheese throws the ball away again. If I'm Cheese looking at this tape, we're gonna have to work on controlling that pill. The ball's been given away one too many times, and this is what happens when you get the ball away. Stop giving the ball away. It's too many SSG counterattacks off the ball being given away. Diaz pops it up. He shows you what control can do. See Sosa, no boost, and it's just in your net.
You sound like an old man yelling at clouds.
What are you talking about?
Face with some wise words.
Listen.
We gotta look, when you look at the tape, you gotta work on that.
I mean, this series is pretty much over. You gotta look. That's the next step. Like, gonna end up scoring right here, though. Hold on now. 11 seconds left. They're gonna need a miracle. But yeah, I mean, they should go back and watch this tape. And what they're gonna see is a couple things. A little too much passiveness, especially initially early. When the series starts off 0-0, even when you go down 1-0, maybe 2-0, you have chances to make plays happen. You have games to some wiggle room, I'm gonna call it. And multiple times, especially in that game too, they just weren't trying to make plays happen. They were playing too passive. They looked like they were scared of scoring a little bit. And then when they get down in these games, I know it's hard. It's really hard. But it's just the ball is just getting given away. It's way too easy for SSG at that point. And so, at that being said, talking all that talk about FUT, SSG coming on top. They beat them 4-0.
Right. Space Station Gaming, very clean, stuck to their game plan, worked out very well for them, and they continue to push forward in this North American Open 1. We will see them in Copenhagen to play out the top 4 of this bracket, but they are done for today. And you do have to kind of talk about it. Very clean performance from SSG. Their defense didn't show that many gaps, and even if their defense did, they were able to kind of clean things up. and put the pressure on offensively. I think they're going to be a team to watch in North America for the future, but like I said, their road is not done. Neither is FUT's. That was upper round one. Things are going to start to get very interesting from this point on because, again, we're in elimination station. Teams trying to book their ticket to Copenhagen, to that kickoff land. We'll find out as the lower rounds begin after the break.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
Because it's dirt bike.
Gas stations. Whew.
You gotta start at the top and work your way down. You want me to do yours next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder!
T-Bates here, and today I have a special unboxing from Blacklight. It's gonna be something you've never seen before. ASMR. Let's get into it. Oh my gosh. Sorry, oh my gosh. It's cool. These are the instructions. It's a piece of art. Smooth as silk. And now, for the finishing touches. The Athena Pro Blacklight Rlcs. Available for pre-order right now. Man, they've announced Rlcs 2026. We're going to Paris in May, but we still don't know where we're going in NA, man. I think it's about time to figure that out. It's time to head up the squad. The boys don't know where we're going. Finally, BMO! My boy, where's the first major at, man? He's coming off the World Championship, bro. Talk to me.
What'd you say, Bates?
Where we going?
I have no idea, man. Sorry, but I'm a bit busy right now. So.
What do you mean?
You mind?
You're too busy. That's what happens. You build him up, becomes one of the best in the game, gets a World Championship, and doesn't have time for me no more. Let's call up Justin. He might know. Justin! Man, do you know where the first Rocket League major is gonna be?
This is Rocket League.
Yeah, I know what it is. I'm saying, where is the next land?
This is Rocket League.
Yes, I know the game that you're playing. Yes, I know what that is. But where's the next land gonna be?
This is Rocket League!
Useless. Get him off the line, man. We gotta call somebody else, bro. Please. Please. Oh, man. Yeah. That's why you're called Chalkcast.
Whatever. What is it, Bates? Y'all looking for a rematch?
Man, first of all, you had to Gibbs carry. If Johnny was there, you absolutely get slapped. Second off, I'm just trying to figure out where the land is, man. That's why I put you on the line. You gotta know. You're Captain America. Where are we going in North America?
Even if I did know, why would I tell you?
Hey, man. That was just a little rude. Okay. Man, I'm never gonna find out where this land is, bro. Wait a second. Incoming call. From who?
Hey, yo, what's up, T-Bates?
Boston?
Indeed.
Boston?
Mm-hmm.
Boston?
Yes.
Your lips are stained with fiction. You always have your reasons, and I spoil you rotten. Your hands are sealed in pockets. You fill them with your secrets. To you, I am nothing. I am. Your kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you. But I have a billion reasons to keep you. I stand back and I watch you explore in perfect visions like I've been here before. Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end.
Space Station continue to dominate the North with yet another sweep here. They've secured a top 4 finish and a spot in the kickoff weekend Gauntlet bracket. We are joined by Xpeer, head coach of SSG. Sir, first off, congratulations on surviving a crazy roster mania season. As a coach, do you feel like you have more work to do during the off season, like building a roster, or more during the season, keeping that roster on track?
No, it's during the season. Like in the off season, like most of these changes happen because of the players, really, and the orgs. So as a coach, like the only thing you can really do is like tell the org what you want, and the org has to do everything else pretty much. So.
Gotcha. Well, you made it to this point. The players still believe in you, and you've got your team's on absolute fire. You've only dropped 1 game so far. I think you just outscored FUT like 13-7 in that match. Is it hard to keep the team focused when they're winning so effortlessly like this?
Really, like we had a very good objective this series. We didn't want to go to map 5 because we ate that map 5. So we just were locked in to go 4-0, so we didn't have to play that map.
That's what an incredible incentive there. I mean, the analysts, we've been debating all day. Most everyone's saying that they feel like this is an upgrade for your team, but some people have been like, I don't know. I mean, the last team was pretty good. I'm not going to ask you to like rank this roster compared to the previous roster, but talk to me about Chronic and Diaz. Like, what are you excited about them bringing to the Space Station roster?
And Chronic, he has a lot of experience, honestly. He's a major winner, which is something that like is very good to complement with Reveal. Reveal has always been the guy that like I've always like tried to build rosters around. So it's good that like I'm able to maintain him. And like Diaz, I knew how good he was, but he was kind of like an incognito, like how fast I could make him become like good. And then like in a week time or even less than that, like he was already like performing over like a lot of players in scrim. So I'm not gonna compare it to the old roster, but like it's hard because like the main player around the roster, which is Reveal, has like way more experience this year compared to last year. So that's already like a big change. And then you add a major winner and you have like a player that like is more hungry than everyone else to win. So it's like the perfect combo.
For sure, yeah. Completely different dynamic for your boys here. Excited to see what they get done. And hey, good luck in Copenhagen. We'll see you out there.
Thank you.
All right, Space Station Gaming getting it done there. Xperia leading them to another victory. Again, they've only dropped one game so far this season. Surely at some point it's got to end, but it hasn't stopped now. We can keep enjoying it right now, Bates.
Yeah, one individual game. Make sure we emphasize that. They have not dropped the series, and they are on fire. This team, I mean, their counterattack game at the moment is strong. Their defense is strong. They're executing when they need to. I mean, FUT Esports, they had nothing. They had nothing the whole entire series. Me and DeMar were talking about it. Even FUT would have a chance. It just seemed like they respected or too timid or something against this SSG squad. And I mean, you see the Reveal double touch. You see the Chronic double touches. I mean, when they're on, like they are right now, they might really keep ascending to maybe that NRG-esque level. I'm really interested and really keen to watch them play against Europe's best over in Copenhagen.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, you see like they're creating the space here with the double taps through a lot of like positional, like tactical decisions. They're getting down the field. They're getting up in the face of the defenders there. Really, really clean play there from Space Station. And it does look like they look like one of the top teams in North America right now, especially, Herc, when we don't have NRG to compare them to in the bracket.
Yep, I think that was like what everybody's worst nightmare scenario, and it happened. And I mean, a lot of people are saying that, you know, all that's doing is saying that, oh, well, NA is done for. It means nothing. If you want to look at it in a positive light, it's opening up the stage for teams and rosters like Space Station to create some well-needed depth in NA to compete, especially in our new formatting.
For sure. Yeah, this Copenhagen bracket is going to be a lot of fun. We've never done something quite like it, but it is still, at the end of the day, just Rocket League, and these teams are going to try and win as many games as they possibly can. So we've had 2 matches to determine who's making it through to that Gauntlet bracket. Now it's time for the matches about just getting to Copenhagen in the first place. The Shuffle Kittens, formerly known as Team Evo. This is Arju Speed and Relating Wave, all led by Shuffleverse there. I think that's why they're the Shoe Kittens there. Going up against Rebellion. New Rebellion squad in the building. Kofer joining LJ and First Killer here, Herc, and they were looking spicy yesterday.
Oh my gosh. This, okay, for starters, on both ends of the field, this is disgusting, but yes. The move over, now it is First Killer, LJ, and Kofer. It is a new storyline that people are excited for, especially with First Killer really starting to grow up and become a big leader for this group. I'm excited for what they bring to the table. And then, of course, on the flip side of things, you got EU boys trying to just always get a punch in at NA whenever they can.
Speed looks maniacal right now.
He looks scary.
Oh my God, are you in the song?
but it's scary in like a good way. Scary in like a good way. And saying, I mean, the Shuffleverse squad, for those y'all don't know, that is former Team Evil from RLCS 2025 season. They're talented, and Speed is always talking about, listen, if I could just make RLCS land, then why not? You know what I'm saying? So he definitely wants to do this. On the other end, though, Shopify Rebellion. There's always this discussion about Shopify Rebellion, the amount of money the organization might have. Why haven't they gone for a top-level team? Now they have one. They have First Killer. You have LJ. You have Kofer. 3 of the best players in North America with Coach Violent Panda. You have expectations for the Shopify Rebellion team, so much so that there's really no excuse not to make a Copenhagen for them. NRG, I guess you make, is there an excuse for them? No, not really, but they didn't handle business. For SR in particular, when you pick up this roster, you drop your former one, you want to make all the lands. You want to prove that, yes, we're investing because we want to be able to be the best team, best organization in the game, in the Rocket League Championship Series. And that's where you have the squad right now.
We were talking about Space Station a moment ago, and how they've only dropped 1 game so far this split. It's not much, but Shopify Rebellion was that team that took a game off of Space Station. So we'll see if they can continue on their momentum here, taking on this new squad, or this former squad, new name here in the Kittens. We'll see if they can get it done. Also, who do you think is going to win? Progressive fan vote there. Hashtag SKITs. Hashtag skit for the Shuffle Kittens, the Skittles. Hashtag SR for Shopify Rebellion here. Herc, I feel like there's a favorite here, but at the same time, I think part of that is that my brain is looking at the Shuffle Kittens and going, this is a new team, and it's not. We have seen a matchup like this prior. I mean, Team Evo has played in against the likes of LJ and First Killer before. Who do you got?
Ooh, well, off the rip, I am going to be honest, I've got Shopify Rebellion here. I think, you know, the potential to pop off is a little bit higher with this team. However, everybody does need to take note that, you know, the Kittens were the ones that threw Dignitas out the way yesterday. So they are a force to be reckoned with still.
Okay.
Shopify Rebellion, man. They should be able to handle this. If they don't win this series, then I don't know what to tell you. You can't have NRG miss out and Shopify Rebellion miss out as well. And if you're SR in particular, NRG out the way, this is your time to really show that you're the best in North America. You have this opportunity. You can't let this moment go to waste. Give me SR.
All right. I do also have Shopify Rebellion. I just went and checked just out of curiosity what Team Evo's record was against the Ultimates last season. Obviously, not exactly the Ultimates here, but it is 4-0 in favor of the Ultimates there. Evo never successfully beat that First Killer roster. Chat has so one-sided here on Shopify. This is clearly an upset match, but the Kittens, I'd love to make it happen there. And again, you win this match, you're going to the kickoff weekend in Copenhagen. Can they get it done? Make that trip home, or do Shopify Rebellion punch their ticket right here? Let's get into it. Third match of the day. Only one more to go, so keep it locked right here if you're enjoying the Rocket League. It's continuing on with Shopify versus the Kittens.
Rebellion versus Shuffle Kittens about to get underway. Game one brought to you by Progressive. Rebellion wasn't the cleanest entrance into the Open today, Dazarin. They got the European team that's over here residing in North America to take down RG Relating Wave and Speed. A roster about as old as I've been casting.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. But this is important. This is a qual match. And even though the Kittens are here, they got to go through a Shopify Rebellion squad that, I think going into this, a lot of teams did not expect to be playing in this match, in this round. So we'll see. Again, we won't be able to have both of these teams in Copenhagen. Only one can move on. So with all the formalities out the way, it's going to be a tight series of Rocket League ahead of us.
Kofer, the new addition to this First Killer LJ roster. Kofer was an integral part of that Space Station team last season. He ended last season shooting 30%. On top of him leading North America in demos per game by a wide margin. First Killer gets up quickly for a save. It's an interesting addition to this roster, another aggressive fit where, you know, LJ, he loves to play back as that third man. He loves being the guy. First Killer, we've seen him facilitate a lot. So Kofer being an extra aggressive hand on this team, it definitely makes it one of the more intriguing rosters in North America.
Nice little pop there. As RG pick this one up and get a double, but there's a drop down. We talk about roster changes along the landscape, and this Team Evo, aka Shuffle vs. Kittens, aka by Kittens, has not made a roster change. And look at what this gotten them. So far, it might get them scored on. No, good touch from Speed to clear out the danger.
LJ, definitely a chance. First Killer, side touch, but can't quite get it going. The fact that he got that much power out of it. Wasn't on target, and they were ready for it. You're right. I mean, no roster change for the Kittens, your Kittens, as you were saying. And the scariest member of this team has to be Relating Wave, whose shooting is most times just on target every time with power. You give Relating Wave a chance to shoot from the side, and he's going to force you to have to make a play defensively. But that being said, if you can prevent those sorts of opportunities, it becomes a little easier. However, the first half, not been so easy here for Shopify Rebellion, still shut down on the offensive half.
Yeah, that's right. The offense has been pretty spread, though, between both teams. We're talking 2 shots on Kings, 3 shots on Rebellion. Rebellion, though, has been controlling the midfield for a good amount, but it hasn't been consistent offensive pressure. We've seen a lot of mechanics here, but again, no real threat of kind of cut out early. Related Wave tried to stop Kofor there. Kofor will get a double. Here's First Killer, gets it past Speed with the double. First Killer scores, Rebellion in front.
That was a nice little play here from Kofor, getting that follow-up touch, leaving Speed dangling off the backboard, making life easy for First Killer, getting it down. But that's exactly what I was expecting this team to look like with Kofor joining the squad. You know, Chronic, bit of a different skill set. I know a lot of fans out there of Chronic want to see him in the front of rotations a lot more. Chronic, more times than not, was the finisher, the shooter of this team. Kofor more so wants to be a facilitator. That's just how he plays the game. And if he's feeding First Killer like that, this Rebellion team is really deadly.
Now let's see if they can continue that level of play here. The Kittens right now, not really able to hold on to the ball too well. You see, again, the aggressiveness for Rebellion. And you can tell when this team is fully confident up front, they're so deadly. First Killer with space right here. This could be something threatening on its own. Off the ceiling with the double. I mean, come on, you can't give him that.
Look, he puts a little style on it too. A demo in the midfield. Relating Wave was getting harassed as well. And a little 360 from First Killer. No foot required. Yes. Okay, bro.
But you can see it. As soon as he gets all that room in the midfield. Wait, hold on, aren't you? No. As soon as First Killer gets all that room in the midfield, he just is, I mean, he can create out of nothing. And if you're the opponent, that's got to be a big pressure point for you, is to eliminate those opportunities. But how can you do it when Kofor's constantly pressuring you and LJ is on his own mechanical prowess and showing that off? It's so tough to do. That's why I'm saying once Rebellion is confident upfield, it makes it so hard to play against.
And again, it comes back to Kofor, like you're saying, right? He creates confidence downfield for his team. Rebellion just didn't have that last season. And this time, LJ, he's getting confident up there, throwing the boxing gloves out and rips Speed out of the play.
He took the corner, saw Speed, and said toodaloo. Great look for First Killer. Just has to put it on target at that point. Nobody home. 3-0 Rebellion. They are off and running.
Definitely what you expected from this new roster for Rebellion. Yeah, we talked a lot about their games that they played to get to this point in the Open. And while it wasn't perfect from them, take a little more time to gel with this roster, see what works, see what doesn't work. But against this team, against the Kittens, your Kittens, Dazarin, this is the expectation. You should be able to run up the score a little bit. 3-0. There has been almost zero offense from the Kittens. 3 shots total, 1 from each player.
Yeah, the claws aren't sharp on the Kittens today. That's very obvious right now. The offensive threats just have not been there. They've had most of those shots early on in the game, and now we got some whiffs coming through. Listen, this cat doesn't have 9 lives. It has 4, and it just lost 1 of them this game. Rebellion, so strong here in the opener. Relating Wave will put 1 shot on, but it won't matter. Rebellion take game 1.
Not as strong of a start as you could hope for First Killer, who led all of North America in score per game in 2025. He came into today already leading in score per game. The dude is always producing, but it looks a little different, even a little more aggressive with Kofor downfield, who helped open up the scoring. Sure, First Killer got the goal, but we'll watch that Kofor clip again. He was at the center of all of the action, Daz. First Killer getting those MVP honors thanks to his teammates.
And like you said, talking about his teammates, Kofor, such a big impact. I think a lot of people still probably questioning Kofor's impact. Some people think it's a great pickup. Some people question it a little bit, but you can't argue the efficiency that you're seeing on field for Rebellion here as, again, very dominant win. They've looked a little shaky leading up to this point, Jorby. That's why they're in this position, but that was a clean start for them as we get into best of 7 territory.
It's hard to look at Kittens and be like, well, this kind of went wrong for you here. This kind of went wrong for you there. Rebellion were faster on the jump every single time, and Kittens were never really in a position or had the boost to actually challenge a lot of these plays downfield. And like the First Killer ceiling reset goal, your last defender, he was diving back with no boost, and he's hoping he prays he can get that rebound, but you can't. And they were on borrowed boost for most of that first game. So you need a clean slate here in game number 2 if you're the Kittens.
All right, let's see. Speaking of lives, Kofor, formerly on 9 Lives, but he right now is just having a ball. Look at him moving up the field so efficiently. We saw a similar performance from Chronic earlier today on SSG. If you haven't got a chance, take a look at that one.
Yeah, sometimes you just need the change of scenery. You just need to be in a new stadium, a new environment. Chronic and First Killer played together for so long, and Chronic finally gets to play a front-facing role. Right. Maybe he is more comfortable that way. And now a quick pass, but really hard relating wave. No chance for him to get there. Kofor going for the winning touch. Has to use all of his boost, but he does buy a little bit of time for the rest of his team to get set.
First Killer off the back wall, your speed. Good little pickup. Look at the spacing from Rebellion, though. Very efficient. And look, it allows things like this. Now, open look, and First Killer can get there in time. Kofor mid to FK, and no, Arju able to deny, but you can see the play kind of building, especially if you guys are watching on crowd cam. You can see how far and how spaced out this Rebellion team is as they're continuing to put that pressure on. And look, not trying to get the challenges against the Kittens in midfield. They'll let them come out and they'll try to hit them with the counter.
And why did Relating Wave want to go for the bump earlier? They had a 2-on-1 on net. First Killer was going back, and it was a big opportunity for Relating Wave to get a demo. They do retain midfield possession. Rebellion haven't given you a lot of looks on offense. Remember, they only had 3 shots in game number 1. Gotta find a way to generate an opportunity. It feels like that one kind of slipped away from them.
LJ, almost. First Killer follow? No, denied. But it just feels like it's a matter of time at this point. Kofor looking for First Killer. I got the ball. No! He just does it all himself!
Hey, Kofor, you're looking pretty good. You looked good last season. You're looking great right now. Reset, rolls into the ball. You're right, Daz. A clean beat on Relating Wave. He didn't think he had any more height in him. But Kofor's too tall.
I just thought that considering how much boost Kofor had, he would just opt to try to pass it. I was very wrong, but in a good way. Rebellion with the first goal. Kofor. Oh man, he's looking for some pre-jump plays. Relating Wave, free shot, but it's just too off.
Free boost, everyone turn and tail there. You had Arju back in the corner. Nobody was in the midfield here. First Killer is just allowed to run rough shot here from his own corner. Look, nobody's going. Arju has the boost. He's got to go by time for speed. And he never takes an angle. He never goes up to force First Killer to make a move on the ball. Instead, he gives him the edge. Arju literally drives into the corner and then leaves the entire left side of the net open. So if you're not going to challenge the ball, at least maintain, contain. And he didn't. He let First Killer in for free.
And I mean, First Killer, though, mechanically, that was brilliant, right? You knock the ball off the wall, line up your first flip, use your flip at the last second to get your flip reset, then score. Oh, man, here we go. Great first touch. He has another, but he went to go for the bump. Speed was right on top of that ball. Speed starting to recognize the danger of First Killer as he has been showing off this series. 2-goal lead and about to be 2-0 in the series unless we see something here from the Kittens. Oh, LJ tried it.
LJ launched off the ceiling with 0 boost. He got all of his momentum just so he had the speed to go down, and he still almost got to that ball. That was some high-flying stuff right now from Rebellion. I don't want to say anything, man. What a fun team to watch play. You saw the pre-jump highlight reel between Kofor and First Killer coming into today. First Killer put a highlight reel goal on earlier. Kofor's been holding the ball well. LJ, last man back, up 2-0, a comfortable 2-0 right now here against the Shuffle. First Killer gets the clear.
And you know, Jorby, I know we talked about it on the pre-show. You saying this is the best roster First Killer's been on, and I mean, when you see just how creative Kofor is, when you see just what LJ can do on and off ball, and how much room First Killer gets to be able to just show off his superstar talents. I mean, I can see why a lot of people would be excited to see this Rebellion roster form.
Kofor sandwiched the ball in front of the box. LJ all over speed. Relating Wave needs help. Arju launching it to speed, makes contact, buys a little bit of time. Relating Wave gets the demo, giving Arju a chance. Full boost, dribble, tried to pop it up. LJ able to get in there, shake the ball out, and Rebellion take the ball away, relieve the pressure. That looked like it was the Kittens' best opportunity so far on offense. They had gotten the demo, they had possession, but really there was no threat after LJ got that last defense.
The Kittens are kind of playing from behind. You can see Rebellion starting to wait for them. And in that those waiting moments, they're seeing, okay, what is the touch? If it's too heavy, too far away, we're going to challenge that. We're going to take possession. And when they move up midfield, these guys are so mechanically gifted that they can almost always get past one, which makes it so hard for Kittens to move upfield to set any sort of offense up. And any mistake they have is immensely punished. Time is ticked down here in game 2. And no matter what happens here in the final moments, it's gonna be Rebellion taking the game win. They score in 0 seconds, because why not?
Yep, the feel-good goal here at the end. Kofor dropping it down, first killer. What did Bates say in the pre-show? Stat stuffing? Stat stuffing there with another goal. Shopify Rebellion looking clear better right now in the lobby. Shuffle. Kittens have been just completely shut down. 3 shots in game 1, 4 shots in game 2. The offensive output does not exist.
Yeah, it's not there. It's not consistent. Doesn't feel like there's real pressure coming out of Kittens. Meanwhile, Rebellion, like I said, these heavy touches that Kittens are getting, as normally their team play is really good. It feels like they are kind of a little far from each other. Any play that they want to develop, Rebellion just are so aggressive that they shut it down very early, and the Kittens are playing keep up essentially, and that hasn't been working out for them. So again, the timeout here very much needed.
I mean, what do you even say in the timeout? Like, well, let's not let first killer get a free ball in our own corner, or in his own corner, and then go unchallenged before he's resetting at the top of our box. Maybe that's a good start. That being said, it has been difficult. LJ picked up 60 points in that last game. That was the lightest 60 points he's probably ever felt that he ever needed to get. It has been that easy for Rebellion right now. So I think that it's tough. There was one opportunity, Daz, one opportunity that the Kittens had, and it was that Relating Wave demo where Arju got the ball on the ground with a full tank of boost. Last defender, LJ, was getting harassed in net. He avoids that demo with barely any boost to his name. He challenges Arju, and then the attack just completely melted away after that. That was the only opportunity they really had. So you can't capitalize on those. How are you getting out of this series?
Right. I mean, the thing about it too is, right, they're not able to create some space for each other, and maybe that could be part of the problem there as well, is that those guys who are waiting second, third man on the side of Rebellion aren't really being pressured in those moments, not off ball at least. So they're able to position it comfortably, get a free ball, and then go to work in the air. And I think, that being a big pinpoint could help relieve some of the pressure that Kittens are facing, because once they get stuck on their own half, they're so low on boost, no one wants to go out. And you need somebody to be able to go out and disrupt so you can stop all of the Rebellion pressure, especially with taking the air space away from them, because that's where they work the best at.
Working really well for them so far. Rebellion, they need a clean victory for their own confidence, because we've harped on it over and over. Wasn't necessarily clean coming into today, but in a match that you should win, you are winning, and doing it with a little bit of style as well. We've had a couple of highlight reel goals, and Kofor so far looking every bit the part you may have expected when joining this team. First killer downfield, Arju will cut him off. How can the Kittens get a little more aggressive and find ways to actually shorten up that space and be able to attack the ball? LJ quick to it, holds it on the reset. Relating Wave does his best to try to pick his moment. Arju gets a free chance out, bumped out of the play. Speed, light touch, and now the touches are starting to go their way. But how do you lock down LJ to Kofor on the transition? It's gonna be tough, but Kofor shortens it up. Wait, does he sink that? It's too high. First killer tries to get around it, can't, but it's a loose ball. LJ got a demo off screen and will play it forward, but it looked for sure that they were gonna find a way to put that in.
I mean, the pressure's so big. You saw Related Wave look for a quick pass, but LJ was there to cut it off so quickly as third man, and he's playing an aggressive third there on the play. Now chance for speed. Plays it light touch, and first killer able to knock it away. They are able to now to kind of match the pacing a little bit, but there is still this kind of 50-50 game that they're starting to play into instead of, okay, can we control the ball? Let's play for each other. Let's try to set something up for the second guy. And I think that's, again, just due to the pace of play Rebellion is keeping them at Jordan.
Your first killer just 1v3'd there to set this up. Dude, almost. LJ got it, but that whole play, first killer beats the second defender in the midfield, got the 50 on top of it, and yeah, you whiffed that one. That's not a fake, sorry, first killer. I was praising you for everything you were doing. You missed that one, but that doesn't kill Rebellion too much here as LJ puts it back downfield. Kittens do get a chance to reset themselves. Got a couple of pushes downfield in the first 2 minutes. Again, nothing threatening, only one shot to show for it so far.
I like that idea from Speed, though. You play the 50 in that corner, force someone to challenge you, because again, these heavy touches like this one we're seeing here, look at what you've given. First killer gets a flip reset pass, 150 on the second, you gain no ground. Instead, Speed wants to play it close, Havas can do a follow like we're seeing there, now they get more room.
Good space ID from first killer. Probably not the touch he was hoping for. Wanted to pinch that with a little more pace. Relating wave given an opportunity. First killer was headhunting on speed, he just missed him. Good coverage from Kofor as well. Arju full tank of boost, crashes the corner, back to relating wave. A little bit of pressure now building for Kittens. Can they get some quality shots on target? Right now the box is closed. And first killer, didn't quite beat relating wave, but then he bumps him on his way back. And that gives Kofor the free angle out. Speed tries to shake him off the ball. And that was a good pressure release there from Kittens. LJ, though, holds the ball, and it just makes it so tough for Kittens to do anything and size up. When do I actually challenge this ball? When do I actually take the 50 away? 2 minutes to go.
This is a nice one there from Speed because, look, he knows LJ's on that back wall. Now his team can gain some ground, steal some corner boost, and try to keep this possession. They're looking more threatening offensively, and now they're starting to space out to where they want to challenge the midfield. You can see it there, even from Speed, but again, first killer has been incredible. He's done a great job outpacing. Maybe a chance here for Speed now. High ball, air dribble bump. No, Kofor still stops it.
There was about 3 pixels of a window that Kofor had to avoid that bump and then somehow get enough power that it gets it out from underneath the crossbar. Still, Rebellion have to survive. Kofor had to avoid a potential demo, and he gets to the challenge. Kofor will not be beat on defense right now. First killer will buy a little bit more time. Best push the Kittens have had so far, but it looks difficult. Every touch looks frustrating to try to get in front of the box. As this one comes across, Kofor lets it go. First killer gets the pop, and with some boost, he gets his team out.
LJ taking his time on this one. Kofor is waiting on the midfield line now. He's going inside the play. Got a 50. Played it high. Again, throwing off the defense. Little heavy touch from Arju, but Speed picks it up. LJ will get there first, and he picks up the mid. Now just working through the entire defensive setup. Kofor, and it's just that easy for Rebellion.
The train don't need no brakes. When you got control of the ball here, a little pop, a little shove. He threads the needle. LJ, frontman, swings that ball across. And finally, Rebellion find a way through. 33 seconds, Dazzler, and we've watched every member of Rebellion find a standout moment.
Final 30. Gonna win from Rebellion here. Puts the series on match point. There will be no timeout from the Kittens. It's Arju to relating wave. No, he misses Speed though. High ball! Where is he shooting?
The defender was there. He had to put it high. And we saw the defender. He got the height on it. Relating wave. Couldn't get anything. Tried for the bump. Arju wants to get back to the ball. LJ happy to let that ball roll to the back wall. Let time expire. And he'll kill it. Rebellion far and away over top of the Kittens right now. The litter box is looking full and there ain't nobody to clean it.
Nobody to clean it. This cat has no claws. And unfortunately, it's on his last life here. Kittens down on almost out. Rebellion, though, squeak by. 1 goal game here. But it still feels like, even with the 1 goal, they've just been kind of in control of the pacing. Some close opportunities, and you look back at that last shot. It was the best one they've had all game, arguably all series, but I don't want to get into that. But definitely all game for sure. Now we'll see what they can do when the cat's cornered.
Cat's cornered, but Claws have not been able to break the skin. Been difficult for sure. I mean, Kofor, that save that he had against Speed on the attempted air dribble bump, if that wasn't just a exclamation point on how this series has been going so far for the Kittens, you know, you just point to that play right there. But even LJ's carry, you see the ball wobble a little bit when he got to the corner, baiting the defender to take it. LJ still had control. Kittens thought he might have lost it there, thought he could bite the angle, and LJ just rolls around the back wall, and he beats you easy. So Rebellion have completely shut down Kittens, who have yet to score a single goal.
Now we get into this next game, and almost they're coming out with a lot of hot pressure here to the start. Pace of play has increased. That being said, Rebellion still on top of the ball. Here's Kofor. Looking for the double. No, gets hit to Arju. Won't have the boost to follow this up. Speed to relating wave. Pinch, maybe? Oh, but it doesn't go the way they wanted to. Now, first killer will try to go for a solo. Arju off the ceiling, though, to shut it down.
Well, LJ times his flip perfectly on the flick attempt. Here we go again. Kittens get a little bit of pressure. Can't really force the ball out of the corner, though. It goes back. Rebellion are all posted up. You can't really go across. It's a free clear. So you have to go back. And it's so tough to actually create space that way when Rebellion are just posted up and hoping that you hit the ball into them. But credit to Kittens. They haven't just tried to hit the ball into Rebellion. They are trying to find the holes. So Arju and Relating Wave get a little tied up there trying to get control of the ball.
Like that there from LJ. Let's look at this now. Kofor wants to control it. And normally this would work, but again, you're starting to see it. Even Arju there, crazy pre-jump off the initial touch from first killer. Strong clearance. Now everybody trying to take as much space as possible. LJ with the double sit back in the midfield. Look at this. Every time the ball's sitting in midfield, someone from Rebellion is there to pick it up and tries to play it back in with the solo effort. LJ got a demo on Arju, but it wasn't enough. That deep third man just ready to intercept at a moment's notice to keep the ball back in play. This time it's Kofor here. His first killer, it was just a little far away from him. Relating wave, not enough. Speed follow up, not enough again. Relating wave, no blocked by first killer. Another good chance from the Kittens, squandered.
That shot needed to come one or two touches earlier. But there was always a defender that they felt like they had to avoid, and the net's wide open. Kofor never thought it'd be so easy. 1-0.
This one, Arju looks for the double, can't get it. Kofor played the miss and put it on target. No one home for the Kittens, and Rebellion looking to sweep. They got the lead. There's plenty of time left in game for the Kittens, but they've shown no signs of life here.
You have to give LJ credit on an unofficial assist there. He did bump the last defender. LJ, who's sitting on a cool 30 points right now. LJ, the easiest working man on the pitch right now for Rebellion. Kofor trying to get to the side, but hey, if your number doesn't need to be called, why would you answer?
Listen, he's doing a thankless job, right? Lots of midfield challenges. May not be the one at the goal line, but he's doing everything everywhere else. Off-ball demos, boost grabs. Look, he's going upfield right now. Look, he thought about going upfield for a bump on relating wave. Now he's got to make his way all the way back. Meanwhile, you see, again, more clearances, more transition play. First killer actually almost scored that. But here's LJ again. That cut. Like you said, you're not getting a lot of points from that, but you're slowing down the offense a lot, and you're letting first killer and Kofor come back and get boosts so they can play around each other.
Meanwhile, on the other side, you're definitely hoping for some more points for Relating Wave, only sitting at 64, 3 minutes into the game. And he's really he's the shooter of this team. You try to get him some free spots, a free shot off the bar. LJ gets the rebound. The closest opportunity I think Kittens have had to their first goal of the series. Relating Wave, one more flick denied by LJ. First killer, waits for another shot, avoids the bump, but can't save the goal. Speed picks up the first goal of the series for the Kittens.
This one right off the ceiling. Arju and Speed both go, but Arju's faking for Speed. The bounce comes in, so is the threat of Relating Wave, and they see one go through. Can they build off that and make it more?
Was really looking like a perfect sweep, just with the just with the way they look on the field, not just because of how the score has been. LJ following through, speed behind the ball. Kofer lets it fall into his bumper. Kofer off the ceiling, reset, but fell to the side of the ball. Had too much gravity against him. First killer, feathers the boost, denied by Relating Wave. Speed doesn't want LJ to get the rebound immediately. Kofer waits right behind, and well, he's not gonna get that touch, but happy to let First Killer take it. Arju looking for somebody, no one's there. Relating Wave saw Kofer coming and had to get back for the save. First Killer denied by Arju to keep it going. Rebellion get a chance to get back and get some boosts.
Rebellion looked really good with the high ball. Whether it's an intercept or playing off the back wall, they just seem so ready to make that play. So hard to guard against you defensively. I mean, you can see there, Kofer playing it high. Instead of trying to force it high, he's ready to get that challenge in and turn it into something. Final 30 seconds of regulation, but anybody's game. The Rebellion, it does seem like they're waiting for their moment.
The Rebellion, they don't have to force anything here. Pick your moment as soon as you get it. First Killer demos Relating Wave. Now Kofer with a reset through one. Tried to bump another. Relating Wave's above him. First Killer, light touch. First Killer shot denied. LJ wanted to jump, recovers. Kofer, full tank of boost. Zen touch. Got a little height on that air roll as well. Kofer couldn't quite get that ball underneath enough, and it was well defended. But boy, Rebellion looks scary whenever anyone's behind the ball in the air. LJ confidently wants to play this ball. Gets the catch. Taken away. Arju says, fine, we'll return fire. And Kofer, he wants to play ball. Sits underneath it. Good read from Relating Wave, but it's not over. LJ downfield to Kofer. Kofer, stretcher. Relating Wave and Speed combine their powers to keep the ball in the air. And now Kofer will keep it going. LJ gets denied. First Killer tried to get there in time, and we do go to OT.
He had 0. He still wanted to play that. That was crazy. Chance here for the kickoff, maybe for Kittens. Get a little bit of early pressure. Good cut there from Arju. Speed. Double. He's got the flip, I think. Yeah, uses it, but not enough.
The demo.
Demo slows things down here, and even Kofer with no boost handles it well.
I mean, that was gonna be a shot.
That. Wait a second, Arju with a chance, and LJ denies.
Good try from Relating Wave. But great job from Rebellion's defense, taking away the rebound option on the attempted pass. First Killer demoed Relating Wave, who was in position for that pass from Speed when he won that ball across the corner, and that's why you didn't see anyone there earlier. That was an opportunity where Kittens do everything right, but Rebellion were just the better team. Now Kofer with a full tank will try again. LJ is just demoing people off screen. Okay.
I mean, he demos Relating Wave, moves upfield, and demos him again. Just to say, okay, we're taking you off the field for a good 10 seconds. Doesn't do too much, though, and LJ able to stop the play again from Kittens. Things have slowed down, but still no signs of danger on the side of Rebellion. They actually might pick up one. No way! Gap in the defense, and that's all it takes for First Killer. Rebellion sweep Kittens to qualify for Copenhagen.
Arju, that has to feel so bad. You're flipping back. You know you have to race back as quickly as possible. And First Killer had planted his flag on your half forever ago. And mid-flip, the ball skips off of your car and lands right in front of First Killer. Literally the worst possible scenario there. It gave the ball momentum. It gave First Killer an easy goal at the end as we're in the JV perfect sweep. Rebellion 4-0 with ease. And First Killer and company looking quite good for their first match here on stream in Open 1.
And they look relaxed, too. I think that's something important to note as well. Just, again, kind of feels like they showed up, wanted to handle business, and keep things moving here. We know the potential of this team, and they showed up and showed it today, and we'll see more of them in the future.
We will see more of them in the future. Rebellion showing up, showing out. No doubt will be on the highlight reel all season long. This is just the start. Kittens, tough run for them, but Rebellion trying to gain some momentum here. We saw what Space Station were doing just a little bit earlier. We got one more match to go for today, though. On the road to Copenhagen. We'll be back after the break.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
Because it's dirt bike.
Gas stations. Whew.
You gotta start at the top and work your way down. You want me to do yours next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder!
T-Bates here, and today I have a special unboxing from Blacklight. It's gonna be something you've never seen before. ASMR. Let's get into it. Oh my gosh! Sorry, oh my gosh. It's cool. These are the instructions. It's a piece of art. Smooth as silk. And now, for the finishing touches. The Athena Pro. Blacklight. Rlcs. Available for pre-order right now.
Soulmate 3, doctors and friends and family. When it was time to leave, there was only one, and it was me. Got so good at looking next to you, next to you. Couldn't bear the thought of something new. She told me don't worry. We've been apart before. The last part of heaven. We'll be waiting for you once told me don't worry. Told me don't worry now. Told me don't worry. Told me don't, told me don't. Turning love to dust, 'cause we know it can't change. Feeling what we lost, but we still come back for more. Running out of time, but the hands are missing. It's an uphill climb. No more, no more. I see you hide. The stars aligned, and we had everything to heal us. No fear, no fight, as we decide to put the distance back between us. Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Take it away now. Take it away now. Are you letting this go? Are you letting this go?
Nearly a perfect sweep for Shopify Rebellion as FK, LJ, and Kofer roll past the Kittens with ease. They have punched their ticket to Copenhagen. I am joined by FK here, sir. Congratulations on the victory. How have things been settling into the new Shopify? You're wearing green now. I'm used to you wearing black and red. You got the green jersey on. How's it been with Shopify so far this season?
It's been great. I mean, it's an amazing org, and I'm super happy to be here.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, it was a crazy roster mania, dude, and clearly you guys formed a crazy team. Where would you rank your team in North America after having seen stuff like the NRG upset and stuff? How do you feel like you guys are ranked in NA?
Right now it's a little iffy just because we lost to SSG. I know that we can beat them, and we honestly should if we play our game. So I'd honestly put us at like top 2. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think the rest of the world also agrees with you. We saw the power rankings earlier. They had you guys like basically tied with SSG at number 2. So with NRG dropping a little bit too, who knows what will happen here? Talk to me about Kofer, man. How much? What's it like playing with that guy?
He's insane. He has crazy mechanics. Like honestly, I haven't seen anyone in NA play like him mechanically, and it's kind of insane. Like he's consistent with the flip resets. Like if you're on defense, if he's last back, like on defense, I can trust fully that he's gonna save it, and it's super nice to have.
That's awesome, dude. Well, hey, I don't want to take any more of your time. Congratulations on making it to Copenhagen. We'll see you out there.
Thank you, Whip.
All right, Shopify Rebellion. They have made their way to the kickoff weekend land. They'll have to play through the rest of the NA bracket to make it to the Gauntlet, but what a strong start here for Shopify so far this season.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Shopify came in and showed out, just complete control. Took up the space, and then of course used the prowess, the mechanical ability that everybody knows. Look at this first kill. Give me one, give me two. Top corner, you can't save that. Those level of play was happening over the course of the entire series. Kittens, they did their best to try to make adjustments, but unfortunately, their major adjustments happened too little, too late. As Rebellion, I mean, they were already put in a match point scenario. Kittens, no timeouts, no room for error, but even then that wasn't enough. Make one mistake against this Rebellion team, they're gonna punish you for it. That is the potential when we see Rebellion in those top 2 conversations that we're looking at. It's good to see them finally hitting their stride.
You guys might have been talking about it during the broadcast, but for the people who were like just tuning back in after the break, I mean, a perfect sweep. They were 1 minute and 37 seconds away, Herc, from having a perfect sweep. It's only happened 6 times in the history of RLCS. It's one of the rarest things to have happen here in our league. And you saw why it's rare. It's really hard to get through 4 games of the best of 7 and not let it go in.
Yeah, definitely. Especially when you are now going up against an FK that completely trusts his teammates. That's a new level to him that we are getting to see unfold this season. But, I mean, very, very good effort at the end of it all. But unfortunately, they're just better.
They are just better. FUT will have to look for future spots there. Excuse me, the Shuffle Kittens will have to look for future opportunities here in North America. But that one land spot going to be secured by Shopify Rebellion. There's only one left here for North America, and it's going to be an uphill battle for Team Silenced, but they have earned this opportunity to play in the big game against GenG Mobile One Racing here. Daz, this feels like a GenG match to lose. Like, I want to talk about Team Silenced and like what they need to do to have a chance against GenG.
You see how I made no noise there?
Oh my god! No, they can't be.
I don't think there's anything that can be done here because this GenG squad is really kind of elevating things. And you come off a win against NRG yesterday. It really does feel like this is going to be, like you said, GenG series to lose. And I don't see them losing it. They have everything. They have the experience between Rise and Justin. They have Magic Bear again, who's been hitting his form and elevating to another level. They're at the boot camp. They've got the coaching staff. There's no reason GenG should lose this series. I'm expecting to see them in Copenhagen. Team Silence has done a great job of getting here to this point, but they would have to show me something I've never seen before from them.
Rogreg looks genuinely relaxed. He's like not worried at all.
I just got this soccer ball next to him. He's like, "Yo, when are we getting out of here? I'm ready to go play some more." Oh my gosh, I mean, I'm right up there with Daz though on this one, 100%. There's like no reason GenG shouldn't take this, and that means, you know, that's coming out with like no disrespect to Team Silence by any means, but you guys talked about it during the pre-show, right? If you were to name off what you thought was going to be, you know, top 16, even top 32, this group of players might not have been on your list or even your radar. So in one world, yes, that is a scary thing, but also it's an exciting thing. There are new people popping up here, at least in the open one. I mean, I'm excited to see what they bring to the table, though. I think there should be a level of respect given to them. You gotta lower it down a little bit so people can see the meme, gang. There you go.
There he is.
Kept shout out is crazy.
You know,
a Kept shout out.
Yeah, you know, I mean, he didn't make the broadcast himself, but I guess the rest of the Kep squad's got him there. All 3 of these guys are grinders. You're talking about Reasonable, Pigeon, and Lev. Like we're talking about, you mentioned on the pre-show. Like these are not names that most people are familiar with, but each one of them's been grinding in the scene since 2020 to 2022-ish. So this is a peak result for all of them so far, and this is why you continue to grind the game, is to get opportunities like this. And we saw GenG looks relaxed. We all expect them to win. The coach has literally got his feet propped up and is like, "Boys, call me and tell me when it's over." This is a prime setting. The trap is laid here, Dazarin. Like this. If there was a match GenG could lose, it's this one.
Yeah. And I'm going to make it even worse. There's no reason GenG should lose this match. It should be a calm series for them. Again, this is not disrespect to Team Silence, but you just take a look at the results. One team's road has been astronomically harder than the other. Even in the Swiss stage, where Team Silence, they played Seal in the Swiss stage, and all the other teams that they got wins on in the Swiss to make it to the groups they didn't make the group stage at all. Then you go into the group stage, you take a win off Lotus 8, that's a good win, but then you lose, and then you play Seal, a team that you beat in the Swiss stage again to get to this point. There's just the strength of schedule is completely different from GenG. They literally had to beat NRG to get here.
They did,
I don't
and they
think I
did
need to
that.
say anything more than that.
Yeah.
You think they got it?
GenG, absolutely. What? Is that even a question?
No, it's not right now. This is one of those matches where I feel like if you're just now tuning in, you're watching, you can be like, wow, this just feels like massive disrespect to Team Silence. But it's hard to stress that like these are 3 players we have seen win world championships, win majors, make it to plenty of majors. They have had a significantly more tenured career than the Team Silence boys. But man, what a story it would be. The story of yesterday was the team that we are hyping up right now, beating the team we thought was unbeatable in the region. So who knows what's going to happen? What a crazy story it would be if Team Silence were able to gatekeep GenG out of Copenhagen here. You do have to win this one. This is an important match. It would send one of these, it is going to send one of these teams through to a LAN event in the Netherlands or in Denmark. So that'll be a lot of fun for whoever makes it there. How's chat feeling about it? I would love to see if the Silence has rallied the troops.
I mean, they
and
might
gotten
get
their
some
fans
votes because of the cap support. Yeah, okay.
True.
A little bit,
True.
but not too much impact there. Still GenG 86%, but I think a lot of people are in favor of that, especially even on the channel point side. I'm seeing it in Swiss chat.
It is clearly GenG's match to lose. We'll see if they can get it done. Rise coming all over. This is the thing with Rise. Like every time he's on a roster, I feel like there's a couple things that make Rise special. I think the first one is how calm and collected and how undisturbed he is by the pressure of situations. But I think the other part of it is he literally is so even keeled at all times. There's the pressure side of it of like he doesn't struggle when he's in a rough match, but he also doesn't let the gas up when he's in an easy match here. I think GenG will get work done here as well. So let's see if they can make it happen on the field, folks. Final match of the day winner goes to the kickoff weekend in Copenhagen. GenG, Mobile One Racing, building on the momentum of beating the reigning defending world champs. They got silenced in front of them now. Can they make it through? Do Silence get the upset? Let's find out on the pitch.
Some familiar faces and maybe some strangers. If you're usually watching on the weekends in RLCS, 3 names that you may not have heard up against 3 names I know you definitely have heard. GenG trying to get another win and move on to Copenhagen here, but there's a new roster on the block in Silence. Resinal, Pigeon, and Lev take the pitch here on Saturday. Their first time in RLCS Saturday ever.
Well, for starters, a big congratulations to them, but also many congratulations to GenG Mobile One. Like we've all said a million times, this is the team that took NRG out. So they have a huge target on their back to be taken down. And of course, Silence, I don't expect to have come into this unprepared. Of course, even this first 30 seconds of holding up right now is a pretty decent sign for them, if I say so myself.
Well, Pigeon and Lev, they played together last season. I think this roster is quite interesting. You have Lev, who is from Saudi Arabia, currently living in Canada. You've got Pigeon living in Canada as well. Excuse me, I'm not trying to get it mixed up. And then you have Resinal living in America, but also has Peru as his nationality. I don't believe I mixed that up. I'll have to look at that again. Pigeon gets the save. But all 3 of these players, the highest placement you'll see out of any of them is 17th to 22nd. They get a nice move here, and Resinal will get the first goal. It's Silence putting the first goal up and have the lead on GenG.
Can we talk about this play? Lev throwing it down and just getting the second bounce for Resinal to throw it in. They got a tiny catch off guard moment on GenG there. And like I said, you cannot count this team out. They're going to be coming into this as well with like 0 respect to GenG because everybody is counting them out. They are the true underdog in this situation here. So I expect full confidence. That's what they've been showing so far. First to score in the series.
And correction to be made, Pigeon is American Peruvian. He has Peru as his second nationality listed out. Justin should have a free goal here, and GenG wastes no time getting back on the board. So you have an eclectic makeup here of players that have never been this high up in the standings before. And of course, GenG been there, done that. They'll find the opening. Justin, of course, will get the game-tying goal.
Yeah, this really special roster, a special rendition of this GenG roster right now. Magic Bear, the only one left from the original trio that used to be all the way back to RMC. Cheese now going on his own to FUT Esports. But the special thing the coaches are the ones that have stayed. So seeing Justin and Rise now alongside Magic Bear, I'm so stoked to see what Kevin Gregg have cooked up for this team. So far, what they've brought out has worked. They've taken down NRG. They're just looking to take down another one to go to Copenhagen, try to get the drop down over to Magic Bear, instead transition out as Justin slows down the play in its tracks.
Lev will send Ad across. His highest placement before today, by the way, was 33rd to 40th. He's definitely punching a step or two above his weight class. Light pop here. Magic Bear couldn't quite get it on target. He had to go above Lev on the play. And it skips across. Justin tried to leave it for Rise, the new addition to this roster. Rise, who we saw slotting it, his icy play, coming over to North America. Rise trying to collect the infinity gauntlet of regions played in. And he adds North America to his list. As Lev sets this across, this is not a bad look for Silence. They send two and they don't get it. They run into each other. Lev had the bump, and communication is their worst enemy. That could have been a goal, and they get destroyed on the turnaround. Rise will take the lead for GenG.
2 double commits is what turned this into a goal for GenG. It was a double commit on the offensive front, but also on the back end, and Rise just ran away with it. GenG regained their lead here. 2 minutes to go in game number 1 off the kickoff. A demo onto the man that just put them back into the lead. Justin to himself in the corner there. Magic Bear, can he get a center over to Rise? You see him lurking on the end. Right now, GenG's goal, just play the patient game. You know you're stronger. This one down to Justin. And of course it's in.
And you do see the panic for Silence. They don't get a 50 here, so Lev is forced to commit on Rise. And he's just trying to follow where Rise is going with that ball. It's not the greatest position. It really was that first 50 that caused the wheels to fall off the wagon there. And Silence, you start out strong with that first goal. You leave the net open for GenG to tie it up. And then you get in your own way, which would have been a game-leading goal. Remember the double commit on an empty net after Lev had got the bump. So there's some things to like right now early on with Silence. There's definitely some errors that you would expect, you know, this being the biggest audience these three players have played in front of yet in their RLCS careers. As this popped up high, and GenG, they're gonna be a tough team to crack for sure. Justin gets across, it's a good save from Pigeon. Rebound denied as well from Lev. Recovers with the boost and wants to turn around. He's got Pigeon the whole way downfield. Wants to find his man. Magic Bear, the second defenseman, finds a way to grab it.
Right now, Silenced, spacing themselves out a little bit more has been the key to being able to, you know, keep up with GenG at the moment. A few times they get a little bit too close together, or unfortunately double commit on things. That's when it all gets away from themselves. But right now they're holding their own team, Finch. Unfortunately, it's wide in the wrong direction, but my goodness, if you keep following this, they are going full send right now.
That was a crazy read from Lev earlier.
What a save.
That double commit worked. Pigeon bumps into Resinal, which gets him to clear out, but a demo means he's left stuck with no boost. He'll use the wall to help him out. And yeah, game 1 got away from Silence. Good demo, but it's over the whole team's head, and, well, would have been 4-1. Defense a little lax there in the awareness. Still, some things to build on here in game number 1. At GenG, this is one of those games where you gotta play rock solid. You don't need to take too many risks. You play what's in front of you. It's against a team that you should win. But Silence, there's a couple of scary things that they showed in that game number 1. So GenG definitely can't be caught sleeping here against this team, but they take care of business in game 1.
Oh, absolutely. This team, of course, is just playing very, very solid Rocket League, like you said, against what is being presented in front of them right now. But I think we all are recognizing that GenG is throwing a fair amount of respect towards Silence, right? 3 shots alone from Resinal all the way across the board. They just looked fairly cohesive. They had a couple of slip-up moments. I would definitely, account to that as like an experience difference between the two. I mean, like titles alone on the GenG roster.
I mean, nerves, right?
if you're staring at Justin's name alone, you're probably freaking out, right?
There's more than 30 people watching you for probably the first time in your RLCS careers, and you double commit on an open net that was completely free because your brain just kind of turns off. You see the bump, you get excited, we're gonna take the lead again, and then you totally ruin it. So Silence got in their own way more than I feel like GenG dominated them in game one, because that doesn't happen. This is a close game. Silence even had another lead in game number one. So if they can find a way to shake off those nerves, I agree with you, Hercules, that experience and the poise is a difference maker here. Silence, their first time up this high. GenG, been there, done that. And that was put into effect by the errors we saw from Silence.
Well, I'm very excited to see what they bring in game number two. Honestly, I feel like I was being pretty harsh on Silence at the beginning, like joining on like the bandwagon of like, there's no chance, no. I was definitely a very valiant effort in that game one, and low-key confident. So I'm excited to see what they learned from game number one and take into this one right here. And of course, off the rip, having to defend against that GenG pressure. Hopefully, you know, the biggest key for Silence to take into this game number two is space yourselves out and trust yourselves.
Some of Lev's reads are
They're
kind
nasty.
of insane. I mean,
They
he was up so early to block that, and there was like 2 more touches that happened. It's a risky way to play, but it is cleared downfield. You get the touch, you get the touch. Justin, 50 out to Rise. Rise fake to Magic Bear, and it's off the bar. I think he might have been able to sneak it in. Had it been at the very top one target, it would have been close either way. It wasn't. Magic Bear's gonna have to try again. Lev, pre-jump in the touch. No chance for Rise. You saw Pigeon sitting underneath, but Justin had the read earlier and cleared out again here from Silence.
Look at Justin opening up that net for them. Pigeon did a very quick cut.
Wow.
Stop Magic Bear in his tracks, excuse me, and now Reznal's going to transition him out to the other end. It's no boost, a rare, almost miss, but a low-powered clear out. GenG fairly low on boost. It's pretty low on boost all the way around, to be honest, so it's forcing a slower game out of both teams.
Rise tried for the demo. Pigeon was at a couple of solid touches on the last few sequences. Look at that one he had on defense a little earlier that helped get Silenced out of a jam. Another demo. Rise takes Pigeon out of the play. Another bump, and that opens the gap for Justin, excuse me. Nice play here, and just too much physicality to deal with. Great scoop from Magic Bear.
Oh man, at the end of it all, anytime you see a duo combo from GenG, just know it's gonna come in with a lot of power. In Silence, you're gonna have to really manage your boost here because GenG's not gonna give you a lot of it. At some point, they are gonna start to try and starve you. Great pass to the bar. Justin already up to it. See what he can do to work with here. Has his flip over one and pretty much got to play that one slow there. A little too close on the back end, but for now, Silence stays strong.
Pigeon sitting underneath this. Oh, there's no one around for that touch. Free for Magic Bear. A bit of a miscomm. Rise and Justin had rotated together. Now Rise gets bumped out of the play. Silence thinking they can finally bring that ball down. They're just not giving any space. Justin is denied, but Magic Bear is there to make sure he puts it in the basket.
I was right there with you. I thought, oh my goodness, it's actually going to happen here. There wasn't enough time to nosedive back down. Magic Bear just up enough to make sure that that one did end up finding its way on in. Half of this game number two, I would say a lot more, you know, back and forth in game number one for sure. But GenG still got it in their hand.
I think the main difference, you know, Silence, they're not making as many blatant errors, as many unforced errors, but now they're just getting picked apart on the 50s. First, it was the physicality for GenG to open it up. You had a demo and then the Magic Bear pass into a bump, and now Magic Bear gets a perfect 50. You see Pigeon as he's coming across, has to have his nose behind that ball if he's trying to force it out to the left. So hard to do when you're having to track, and Magic Bear has his nose behind the center of the ball, and he's got momentum beat against you. It's hard to win a 50-50 in front of your own box there, and it comes down to, did you win the previous 50? They didn't. And while I don't think game one was GenG just far and away outplaying Silenced, it was Silence making errors. This time, it's GenG just all over Silenced, and they don't have an answer for it right now.
Yeah, they're definitely like, I mean, they have a potential solution to these issues. And right now, my eye just continues to follow Resinal. He has been so important to a lot of these plays that Silent is putting out. He's trying to like push them forward, and GenG is recognizing it, and they're demoing him off, but he's everywhere. That save, right? And then watch him make a quick cut and throw himself back up again. I think he could be the answer to this team if they could just kind of get it together a little bit. But right now, it's still GenG, and by GenG, I mean you got world champion, a literal legend, and the one that deserves it all.
I mean, it was going to be a tough match no matter what. But I do... Okay. That looked strange. I do agree that there are little things to like about some little parts of Silent's gameplay. I think Pigeon has had decent touch quality when he actually gets control. I don't think that was the best example of it. He had to use a million boosts just to get control there. And a little dropper, a demo. Lev called off, back to Pigeon. And a good deny, but Justin dunked. Resinal finds the goal, and Silence put together a good progression here.
I love it. Again, it's a risky commit for the whole team to be up that far. Resinal recognized that the initial shot was going to bounce out there, and he just quick turns on no boost, and at least gets them onto the board here. 50 seconds down by 2 off the kickoff. Rise denied following up anything here. I'm gonna see if Justin can do it on his own. Solo play, completely cut off.
Resinal, deep pass over to Lev. Couldn't keep control though. That one, wait, he just gets the pass back to Pigeon. Dump into the corner, you give Rise all the boosts. And you gotta try to force it out again. Lev, pot shot. High, Resinal a full tank, but time getting wasted. And you need to score 2. Resinal's over, Magic Bear, Rise gets a little chip and saved by Justin out of the inside of the net. Off his old teammate. Well, named after his old teammate. As Lev gets that one up high, back to Resinal. And that'll be it for game number 2. GenG take care of business. This time on their own terms, Silenced, unable to come up with much here.
Yeah, I mean, it feels so harsh, right? But at the end of it all, you do have to consider the experience difference. I will say, though, I am so pleasantly surprised with Silenced. I think their potential is very, very high. They're pretty decent at, like, adapting to GenG right now. And as far as, like, trying to get some space onto the field and some time. But our first timeout getting called here in the series from Silence. We're going to see, you know, what goes down and what can get changed.
I really think it's a lot of execution-based things for Silenced. A lot of times, at least in game 2, they're sitting in the right spot. They're challenging at the right times, but it comes down to, we always say, like, follow-ups. Well, what do we mean by poor follow-up? It could be one of a couple things. For me, it is touch quality in game number 2, where early on, I thought Pigeon had a couple of really nice touches to keep the ball safe and give himself a chance to make a play. And they needed that. But with Lev pre-jumping a couple of plays, you know, pre-jumps are risky for a couple of reasons. If your team isn't ready for it, if it wasn't designed and called for, you're taking a risk where you're just hoping that ball gets put in the right spot, and you're trying to predict too far in the future. Now, that hasn't been exactly everything that they're doing, but trying to keep pace and trying to keep up. You mentioned Resinal on the 50s, and I do think he's had a couple of those. I think there are some things to like about this Silent squad. They've shown us a few good things. They put together a good sequence against GenG where they're putting the ball into safety. They're giving their teammates chances to make plays on the ball. It's not a all-out force. I'm just gonna shoot. I'm just gonna flip reset and shoot every single time I get up there and air dribble, like we see a lot of tier 2 talent in North America do. There is an element of selfless play that they understand in the rotation, but it's been difficult to actually hold on to this ball. GenG have given them a couple different looks on offense and are a little bit better when it comes to consistent touch quality. Like Magic Bear especially will almost never give you up the ball for free. It almost never looks wobbly. Like, it's just that difference in mechanical quality when it comes to hitting the ball that is the difference for me. If that execution can get tightened up a little bit for Silence, I do think that this is a closer game.
I definitely agree with you. They have the pieces. They understand as a unit. They are capable of putting up a very good fight against GenG. Right now, the bigger challenge is once you're in those solo plays, can you hold your own against some of the best players in the entire world?
Can you build on what you had going at the end of game number 2? It's the big question for Silence. You can build confidence knowing you can score on this team when they're playing good defense. How do you keep putting that pressure together? Justin flicks it out. Good patience from Lev as well. Immediately taking the angle. Lev getting a little bit of help there from Magic Bear, although he loses control. You pitch it exactly. You give yourself a little bit of time with the ball. Buy yourself a chance to make a play. He does get a 50 here. Resinal gets a chance, and if he lands, if he doesn't get tripped up trying to recover, he might have a chance to go for that ball on the back wall.
They got to be careful too, though. A couple of the times that you have seen them push up, and this was just another example of it, that third man, once you're past midline, if that GenG clear comes through, which 9 times out of 10 it will, you are in a race against yourself pretty much. Magic Bear down over to Rise, and that's that clear I was talking about. Silenced sometimes is getting a little bit too far ahead of themselves in situations like this, and well, it's exactly what I said. They're just gonna catch you out.
I mean, Lev knows the attacker's there, and he's just so far off the ball, he still decides to go and jump for it. That's when you just have to wait. It's not a great position to be in as third man there, but you're giving yourself no chance on the ball just jumping up there. Look, the Rocket League gods are not going to answer your prayers on that. I don't care how fast you think you are. There's a speed cap in the game, and you're beat on the play. The discipline needs to be there, but it was a tough position anyway. Now Rise looks for 2. Lev keeps it tight, but Magic Bear rips it away, and GenG are rolling now.
This is the second time we've seen Lev do like a goal line save like this, and just unfortunately for him, they're gonna throw themselves at you, and it's obviously going to go on in, but my goodness. So some of these catches that he has done are insane, but 2-0 lead up for GenG. Really great showing from them. Of course, there's the respect coming in, but Pigeon's gonna solo it. No respect on his end.
Now Pigeon takes a little flight, gets a little height. Nice pirouette, and the reset popper. Beautiful play. Pigeon's had a couple of carries that have looked nice. That one he finally got a chance to put on target, and he made mid-speed of GenG's defense.
Almost off the kickoff. Demo opens up space for the follow-up after, though. Nice little save there from Magic Bear, just waiting, lurking around. You see Resinal and Lev on the sidewall. A little bit of an awkward touch here, loses possession back over to GenG unless Lev gets the race, and not quite. But still, only a 1-goal deficit after a goal like that is a great sign.
The only thing, I think if Lev just like chilled his hot meter like 1 notch, then he might find that he's a little faster to some of these plays, but he's just so willing to jump at almost every ball he's near. And I think that's definitely attributed to nerves. As a quick pass out to Rise. Pick their pocket. Silence had no chance on the play. Beautiful pass from Magic.
No nerves whatsoever here. It's just a clean-cut pass and play. We've seen it a couple times already out of GenG. Silence, no answers to a lot of these infields so far. As the lead continues to get extended by GenG. Got to see what Silence can do to respond.
Pigeon couldn't quite shake Rise off the ball. Resinal, good use of the ceiling. Pigeon, no boost. Had to bump Magic Bear off the play. No spawn for Magic either, though. Beautiful catch from Lev. Pigeon jumps quickly. He gets the bump as well, and Lev! That's just unfortunate. It's not his fault. He's trying to get the bump and get out of the way, but he had no chance to do so. They execute. They do everything right. And then the car is your worst enemy. Resinal tries to keep it tight. Lev, another soft touch. Drop down, good slow play. GenG gave you the space, you try to take it. How to speed it up quick. Resinal, does he have a play? Pigeon jumps early. Lev blasts back, Resinal won't cut, he needs time. And Lev gives him plenty of it. Goes for his own touch on the 50, but Pigeon's on the opposite side. Resinal comes back on the 50. Pigeon's ready for it. Again, good forward structure. There's clear IQ when it comes to the awareness for the Silence team, but it breaks down when things start getting fast.
Yep. And not even just fast, but whenever they start getting, put into these little one-on-ones against GenG, that's where I think it's a mix of adrenaline and nerves a little bit, because they definitely could keep up if they wanted to. I mean, we've seen it before. Another shot here, even on no boost. Lev able to place this one out into the corner there. And they're trying to shut this down. That boost grab could have been enough, but he's demoed all the way off, and it's up to Resinal to allow Silence sometime in that other half. But my goodness, GenG, as soon as they recognize, that Silence is starting to go a little bit toe for toe with them, they just turn it up another notch.
Oh, Resinal, good neutral hop to get back down to the ground, excuse me. Pigeon has to, that bounce came down to him, and honestly, lucky that shot wasn't on target. Resinal has Pigeon underneath him. GenG ready for that option as well. Lev buys time for the rest of Silence to get set here at the end of game number 3. Trying to make something happen at the end. Resinal will try again, giving a little bit of space. Justin lets it drop teammates down into the thirds, and Magic Bear holds the line again. Resinal will try, but those follow-up 50s are not happening. Trading demos, but GenG aren't trading wins. Pigeon will try one last time for a bump. They don't get it. Silence showing the ball right now. Once more, another 3-1 victory, regardless of the result of this play.
Not a bad showing, though. I will say, I think, offensively right now, Silence is starting to improve to 8 shots to their name this time around. So they are starting to gather some footing, but like Jorby's been saying, GenG, at the end of it all, they just, in the simplest of terms, are better. This is not an unexpected win whatsoever. All the pressure has fallen on Silence to be able to keep up. And you can see that they are starting to gather that information, especially, with spacing themselves out, having to go into these 1v1s. But for now, at the end of the day, GenG Mobile 1 is just shutting them down.
It's been difficult. When Silence get on offense, you'll see a couple of times where they know they got the space, so they bring the ball down, and then they think, okay, I'm going to win this 50, get to the next one, but sometimes you have to wait for the defender's touch. And so they'll post up, and they'll sit just a little too tight, or they'll sit just a little too off. They haven't really found the right spacing when they have to play off of those touches. GenG are so good at challenging your ability to get quality touches off of their hits. Like Magic Bear had one earlier where Resinal, he wins a solid 50, but then he has to wait for Magic Bear's touch, and he keeps inching forward before the touch happens, and Magic Bear goes, fine, I'm just gonna smash the ball against you. Good luck getting a quality touch there. He doesn't, and GenG break out off. It's very little things like that, but there are things to like about this Silence roster, but this one, not so much. Rise will put that one in. A disastrous kickoff here for Silence. Magic Bear keeps it tight. Resinal gets 50'd out. Justin gets all of that one.
It's just a crazy push that you can't not anticipate from GenG right there. They saw the opportunity and took full advantage. Scoring in 5 seconds. I think that's their fastest one yet in this series. So props to you on there. Although you do still want to give some flowers to Silence. This squad by no means is like terrible or whatsoever. It's an experience difference. They have the keys to be able to compete against a team like GenG, in my opinion, as of right now. The difference is they're just too hot and cold at the moment. They aren't as consistent as GenG almost by any means.
They start off with a goal in the dirt. See what Silence can do to try to stay alive in the series. For GenG, this is what you expect from this roster with Rise coming in. These are the types of games that you should be threatening a 4-0, if not just winning a 4-0. Again, this Silence team has never made it this far in RLCS Open. The highest either Pigeon or Resinal have gotten is 17th to 22nd in the Raleigh and Birmingham Opens. Never actually able to make it into the top 16. It was always going to be a tough first bout, no matter which team they were going to be playing today. As Resinal gets a great pass out. Pigeon tried the change up. You can see the ideas are there again. But GenG find a way to threaten. Lev drop off air pass. Resinal hit it right into Rise, who gets the full clear down the field. Pigeon wanted to keep going, but flipped into the ball. It got away from him, and Lev comes back to make a diving stop. Resinal, that 50's just right back to Rise. Rise puts more pressure, trying to pop, as Lev stays behind the ball, and Silence doing what they can to survive.
Goodness, Lev's defensive positioning is insane. I feel bad because he's very, very low on boost, and you got to be able to trust Resinal to help you out on that one. But the double save still manages to keep GenG at 1 for now. Demo onto Resinal, and there is no stopping Lev. Lev has managed to keep GenG at bay almost single-handedly. He's going to try to do it again here, and he does. He's a true monster on defense.
That's a savior medal for him, too. And I mean, every save has looked savior-esque. Here's one with no boost. That one's a little easier. I mean, you still got to put it into safety. I'm not going to make it completely sound like, oh, yeah, that one was easy. But here's Rise off the ceiling. Takes it himself. Justin jumped early, and it's off the post. Resinal sticking with it. Pigeon, not a ton of boost here. Resinal, a very precarious dance here in the corner. Back to Magic, off the post and in. GenG buys some insurance.
I have full respect to Silence for the amount of defense that they just stuck up against GenG. At some point, Lev was going to have nothing in the tank and be forced to try and throw his hand, but this one just over him. I mean, a great one all the way around, but a pause does come through here from Magic Bear. Let's see what's going on from their end.
Yeah, GenG call a pause. We'll get it figured out, and we'll get reset here. More of the same, GenG. Again, I think Silence's best opportunity was in game 1, where they were more their own worst enemy. They took the lead to start. They scored the opening goal of the series, and then they had a huge chance to take the lead again. And look, momentum is funny in sports and esports. You know, they actually score that. You build a little confidence, and maybe you're a little more aggressive with how you're approaching the 50s. Maybe you don't maybe you're not playing from behind, but as soon as you make that mistake and you have to make adjustments, you remember where you are again. And little things like that can totally flip a series on its head, but it was always going to be this tough for Silenced. GenG, there's really not much that I could say. I think that they're just playing good ball. Rise looks very comfortable on this roster. I think the Rise effect is definitely affecting Silenced, because Rise goes up for a reset, and you think, oh, what's he going to go for? He's going to push it against the backboard or the back wall. And it's like, no, he's actually just going to touch it up to the ceiling, fake going for the reset, and just let it drop. It makes him so hard to figure out when you're trying to read the play, and he's so good at throwing defenses off, and that leads to a little bit of panic that Silenced have experienced throughout this entire series.
Yeah, I think as far as, GenG Mobile 1 is concerned, one of the few things you could have tried to extort would have been, maybe the distrust between Rise coming in as the newer player. You hope that there's a little bit of that so you can, catch him off guard. But no, they look very well connected as in roster. They're playing incredibly, even in the moments where Team Silence have gone completely toe for toe with them, especially when we saw the defense at the beginning of this particular game. You could tell that GenG was respecting what Silence was doing, in particular Lev.
And we'll see what happens for the rest of this game. GenG, for those of you just joining us, up 2-0 with about 2 minutes and change left in the game. We've had a cavalcade of sweeps today. Almost a perfect sweep in the last series with Rebellion. And now looking like it's going to be a sweep here as well. The closest match we had today was 100X versus Redacted, the match that we opened up with today. These teams trying to qualify for Copenhagen to start our kickoff LAN here for the 2026 season. Yes, it's still 2025. Just had to get the early bird going. We hope y'all are enjoying yourselves today. We should be unpausing here shortly to get back into the game. Silenced. It's tough when you get up here for the first time ever, but valuable experiences we've been telling you about 10 times now. The highest placement that they've had outside of the top 16, 17th, 22nd. Lev in particular, his highest placement has been 33rd to 40th. So this is quite a ways up from what they're used to. But that's what you want. You honestly want to see that. This doesn't happen in North America. How often do you have a team that's top 32 and they actually make it into a top 8, top 16? It really doesn't happen very often in North America. So it's exciting when we get a team like Silence come out here, and you do see a lot of good things about their play. But you see what makes teams that make top 8s and top 16s regularly, what makes them different than the rest of the field.
Well, we're going to see if there's any changes potentially to be made by Team Silence. They definitely have the potential to put up an incredible fight, but it's up to GenG Mobile One to close out this series. They are currently on match point. Haven't dropped a single game so far. They look great. They look solid. They respect at the moments they need to and throw themselves at this ball when it matters. And let's get back into this one, because 2:10 on the clock and a 2-goal lead is a pretty big gap for Silence to try and come back to.
See what Silence can do. They got an extra second to think about it. Decent shot there from Lev, but into the defenders. Got the left side of the net to look at, albeit still well covered. Pigeon, no boost, and he kicks that away to the side. Actually gives Resinal a chance at it. Lev a demo as well. Resinal drop off to Lev. Lev might get a good bounce. Rise gets there in time. Resinal wants the pressure. Third man gets deleted. Silence first to turn tail. And actually, ball slips by Magic Bear, and that buys Silence plenty of time. Here's Lev, full tech of boost, fakes it. Pigeon, shot, denied, 2 commit for GenG, and they're getting thrown off the box line. Still, Justin keeps the ball safe and forces Silence back to their own half.
One thing I really like about this Silence team is on their way out on rotation, they do try to hit at least one bumper, grab a sneaky demo if possible. But sometimes it leaves that last man a little bit awkward there. Thankfully for Pigeon, there's a lot of self-confidence in these saves. Another pass, this one barred down and out. Magic Bear's gonna try and do it from the sky. Can he hit the double, triple? No, just a bit wide, but my goodness, is GenG ready to find another goal.
Lev was very happy Rise didn't have any ideas, because I don't think Rise knew he was absolutely starved there, but there was a window where a dunk was looking real possible. Rise wanted to maintain contain. That works out here for GenG at the end of regulation here in game 4. Sweep on the table. Silenced. Trying what they can to get another goal on the board. Pigeon. Try once more. Finds it to Resinal. And Justin never thrown off his line. Resinal will throw the ball away from Rise. Lev wants the sidewall. Double! And it's off target. We'll try again. Losing the ball, they'll get the demo, but it's GenG taking care of business. Rise doesn't quite get the dunk. And a decent effort here from Silenced. Their highest placement ever. They'll have to try it all again in the future here once we get to the second open. GenG, Mobile One Racing. Move on.
And not only that, we do get to see them in Copenhagen, which is going to be really, really excited to see them at the kickoff LAN there. Of course, huge amount of respect to Silenced. I think that this team has a ton of potential. I look forward to seeing their run, hopefully in the next split, unless they decide to make a move. But I do think they look great together. Huge shout out to Lev, in my opinion. This player looks insane. He is a monster in my eyes. And yeah, shout out GenG. What they have cooked up in this off season with the move and their plays, they are the new #1 target in North America in my eyes.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Hercules. Did you watch PlayStation earlier? Did you watch Rebellion earlier? I'm not saying GenG aren't great, but I wasn't seeing the types of clips that I was seeing against a team that they should have been clipping on a little bit. But hey, you know, I'm not on the desk.
Maybe they're
TV, so maybe I should chill.
energy. Maybe they're conserving energy for Copenhagen.
Right, yeah, that's right. They were saving all their clips for LAN, no doubt. Silence, their first time on an RLCS Saturday. Get romped 4-0 against GenG. It was a little too difficult. Justin having a good time. All of GenG having a great time. Thank you everyone so much for showing out here for the first broadcast of the weekend, the first broadcast of the new 2026 season. But we got another guest segment before we head out, so we'll throw it back to the boys to close it down.
GenG might have looked a little relaxed before the match, but was all for naught. Didn't matter. They absolutely had this one locked up, top to bottom. Quite a match of Rocket League. They secured their spot in Copenhagen here. Didn't look like they were even blinking at any moment there, Des.
No, it didn't. Yeah, we just kind of caught that at the beginning of the day. It just seemed like it was very smooth, clean series from GenG. They now booked their ticket to Copenhagen, so we'll be able to see them playing in the LAN setting. And again, they're going to try to, them and Rebellion are going to try to make that top 4 because, again, they need to do that in order to play for a chance to, you know, secure those major spots. So definitely a big turn of events for them, a good day for them. They both needed to get a win. They got it, handled their business, and now move on.
Herc, I feel like for the Silence Boys, obviously this wasn't the result they wanted, but still an incredible run from them to get to this point in the first place. From watching their gameplay there, I mean, what sort of things do you think that they can take away from this tournament and work on for the future?
I truly think that for this squad, it's going to boil down to a little bit more confidence in your solo abilities, right? As a unit, they looked great when they were pretty much just completely connected. They were able to get around GenG. I think, you know, if you look at the scoreline on paper, it looks so far out of their hands, but truly there were so many moments where you could just see if they were able to compete against teams like GenG, for example, way more often, this could be a team that we see a lot more frequently in the future.
And with that win, they have punched their ticket to Copenhagen, and the North American teams for the kickoff weekend presented by Progressive are secured here. It will be FUT, SSG, 100X, Redacted, as well as Shopify and GenG coming out of that lower bracket there. So Redacted Space Station, they get the benefit of a guaranteed top 4, which means they will play in the Gauntlet portion of that bracket there. 2 teams from each side, North America and Europe, will be eliminated before the Gauntlet, but Silence versus GenG, I mean, it was a spectacle. It was a highlight reel for the GenG fans.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what you want to see from a top team in North America. You know, you saw it from Rebellion in the series before. When you get into these moments, you want to see, again, just teams do everything they can to make the series as clean as possible. That's why you play at the top. And GenG, following Shop, both do exactly what they need to and show why they're the top teams in the league.
It was a big one from top to bottom. A very, very clean victory here as GenG Mobile One Racing get it done in style against Team Silence there. It's been a storybook run for GenG so far, dropping a match early on and then bouncing back to beat the reigning world champs and then getting a clean sweep here. We're joined by Rise. Sir, congratulations on the win. How do you approach a day like today where it's kind of just one match to go into a tournament? You know, you got to win this particular one. Did you do anything different getting ready for today than a normal tournament?
First of all, hi. How's it going?
Good to see you.
Yeah, I think good to see you too, bro. It's been too long. It's been too long since these interviews.
Yeah.
So yeah, no. Obviously, we know we only have one series today, so it's just about almost making it as least pressure as possible for ourselves, like keeping ourselves chill, you know, knowing what we have to do, reminding ourselves. We had our warm-up scrim. We actually played Shopify because of timings and stuff. We had to do our warm-up a bit early. But then after that, it's just about, you know, chilling, relaxing, making sure we're in the right headspace. And yeah, we were.
Rise, I mean, it's been too long, 24 hours since I last talked to you. I mean,
I can't hear you, by the way, Daz.
Wait, what the heck?
Oh, you can't hear him. He was saying
ask a question for me, Wave.
What's the question then? You gotta tell me.
Wave, I want to ask Rise how is he prepared to handle things in the international level?
Okay. First off, he said he was saying it's been too long, man. He hasn't talked to you in 24 hours. But secondly, like preparing for the international level, how do you go from here? What is it when you're looking forward to Copenhagen, especially with how long we've got before Copenhagen happens? What are you guys going to be doing to preparing for the international competition?
Well, we're going to be grinding as hard as we have been. If not harder, we're going to be, taking a look at what we've been doing well, what we've been doing not so well, where we can improve. And yeah, it's not really like specific, we're going to play KC, we need to do this. We're going to play against Vitality, we need to do this. It's just sort of how can we get better ourselves and then continue that improvement throughout the season, because it's so early in the season, and yeah, we just need to scale.
Gotcha. Herc, can Rise hear you?
I don't know. We're going to find out. Can you hear me?
I can indeed. It's just Daz with his mic.
Okay. Well, nice to see you again. I want to take this one away from you guys. I know a lot of people were kind of dogging on Silence a little bit and being like, oh, the gap's insane. What do you think about them after seeing their performance against you guys today?
I mean, I think the main difference is the experience. We've been in this situation so many times, and I don't even mean on the pitch. I mean, the Discord to get ready, and the Rlcs Discord, they've never done any of this before, like the cams, the admin in the lobby, because we don't have those, so there's so much that's new for them that it's probably just a crazy experience. And I think they're all really good players and they have a lot of potential, so if they keep grinding, I'm sure we'll see them at the top of NA.
Well, you're talking about getting experience, and one of the things that you guys did by knocking NRG out is give another team a chance of getting LAN experience here. I want to pull up the contenders graphic and show the teams that have qualified through. I mean, just looking at the field of teams that are going from North America, obviously separate from NRG not being present, is this the list of teams you expected to be going to Copenhagen?
Yeah, no, of course it's not. I don't think anyone expected these 6 to be going to Copenhagen, but look, we have to represent NA the best we can, and I'm sure every team, every player on these teams, every person involved with these teams is aiming to do exactly that. So hopefully we can get the land spot back for our region.
Daz, can he hear you now? You can't hear him now.
I can.
Well,
no,
okay,
I can hear you, Daz.
Yeah, I've lost him.
Oh, he can hear you though. Anyway, you know what? It's been a good day. We've all played some good Rocket League. These are some fun times. Rise, I appreciate you jumping on to talk with us here. Any final thoughts you got before we close out North American online play before the LAN?
No, thank you for having me. Big thank you to my family, everyone supporting, all the GenG fans, GenG as an org, Mobile One, and these boys for doing a great job this weekend.
Fantastic. Rise, thank you so much for taking the time. We will see you guys at Copenhagen.
Peace out. Thank you.
All right, that is GenG Mobile One racing with another fantastic victory here, bouncing back after an early loss in the tournament to take out the defending champs, as well as Team Silenced here and punch their ticket to Copenhagen. This is the bracket for Europe. This bracket will be starting tomorrow, so if you're used to seeing, you gotta wake up a little bit earlier maybe to watch to catch these actions, but they'll be playing their 4 matches as Gentlemates and Magnifico, Novo Esports, and Gentle Bench here, Daz, will be trying to play their way in the way that GenG just did.
Yeah, and those will be interesting as well. Magnifico versus Mates will be, I mean, those low round matches I would expect to be so close together between Mates and Magnifico. Obviously, I'm a Mates fan, so I'm expecting Mates to pull out the win there. And then Novo versus Gentle Bench there. That one actually might be a lot closer. Novo with some impressive performances against Karmi Corp, almost like taking them to game 5. Wouldn't be surprised if they kind of booked their ticket that way, but I think Europe always is exciting to watch, and we'll be in for a treat tomorrow.
Those will be some exciting games, especially those upper teams where they've already punched their ticket, but it's just a matter of do they get to go straight to the Gauntlet bracket? Do they get a better seeding there? These are the order of matches we'll play. Again, we'll be saving those qualification matches for the end. So we'll be kicking off the day with 2 Danes, 1 Bruv going up against Carmine Core, Ninjas in Pajamas versus Vitality. Now, you might say, like, wow, I know these teams. I'm excited to watch them again. Make sure you tune in to the European pre-show tomorrow where they're going to walk through all the new rosters kind of the same way we did in North America. It's insane. If you haven't been paying attention to the offseason here, there's some wild new rosters in Europe as well.
Oh yeah, you guys definitely need to tune in tomorrow to learn all about it, and also just see how, everybody's gameplay has been affected by these roster moves. The teams that are usually at the top and look the most confident are shaken now. So it's gonna be a really, really good and fun day for EU.
It's going to be a great time. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys very soon for the kickoff weekend. That'll be the first weekend of December. But we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 5 p.m. Central European time for your Europeans. So it'll be kind of the afternoon if you're over there to watch that European gameplay. The pre-show should be kicking off half an hour before that, so 4:30. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys there. Bye-bye.
There's a reason they don't call them clean bikes, am I right?
Yeah.
Because it's dirt bike.
Gas stations. Whew.
You gotta start at the top and work your way down. You want me to do yours next? Oh, you're from Oklahoma.
They have to fill the silence.
The bathroom code's 9914.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Look at this hot rodder!
T-Bates here, and today I have a special unboxing from Blacklight. It's gonna be something you've never seen before. ASMR. Let's get into it. Oh my gosh! Sorry, oh my gosh. It's cool. These are the instructions. It's a piece of art. Smooth as silk. And now, for the finishing touches. The Athena Pro Blacklight Rlcs. Available for pre-order right now. Man, they've announced Rlcs 2026. We're going to Paris in May, but we still don't know where we're going in NA, man. I think it's about time to figure that out. It's time to head up the squad. The boys don't know where we're going. Finally, BMO, my boy. Where's the first major at, man? He's coming off the World Championship, bro. Talk to me.
What'd you say, Bates?
Where we going?
I have no idea, man. Sorry, but I'm a bit busy right now. So
What do you mean?
You mind?
You're too busy. That's what happens. You build him up, becomes one of the best in the game, gets a World Championship, and doesn't have time for me no more. Let's call up Justin. He might know. Justin! Man, do you know where the first Rocket League major is gonna be?
This is Rocket League.
Yeah, I know what it is. I'm saying, where is the next land?
This is Rocket League.
Yes, I know the game that you're playing. Yes, I know what that is. But where's the next land gonna be?
This is Rocket League!
Useless. Get him off the line, man. We gotta call somebody else, bro. Please. Please. Oh, man. Yeah. That's why you're called Chalkcast.
Whatever. What is it, Bates? Y'all looking for a rematch?
Man, first of all, you had to Gibbs carry. If Johnny was there, you absolutely get slapped. Second off, I'm just trying to figure out where the land is, man. That's why I put you on the line. You gotta know. You're Captain America. Where are we going in North America?
Even if I did know, why would I tell you?
Hey, man, That was just a little rude. Okay. Man, I'm never gonna find out where this land is, bro. Wait a second. Incoming call. From who?
Hey, yo, what's up, teammates?
Boston.
Indeed.
Boston?
Mm-hmm.
Boston?
Yes.
My feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space if I'm ever to see you. And I'll go. Gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space if I'm ever to see